All right. Welcome, everyone. It's always nice to see a large crowd in here so we can get plenty of input and feedback. We just came out of closed session. Mr. Ray, would you read us out of closed, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Roanoke County School Board come out of closed session for the following: for consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members pertaining to the actual and probable litigation, and consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to 2.2-3711A7 of the Code of Virginia. I also move to certify that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, and considered in the meeting by the school board.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Greenway,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bachani,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ray,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Linden.
Yes, ma'am. Item 2.03, action from closed session. We have none. So again, welcome everybody. We may be here for quite a while this evening. We've got 62 speakers, I think, that have signed up to speak. So we appreciate your patience and look forward to your comments. But we'll go on to 3.01, Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. Item 4.01, announcement of changes in the agenda. Do you have any?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve it 4.01 and 02 as presented.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Greenway,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bachani,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ray,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Linden.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 5, presentations and recognitions. We do not have any this evening. So item 6, public hearing on the 2022-2023 school budget. We have one speaker that has signed up, I believe. Ms. Bowman.
Laura Bowman, 6520 Corntassel Lane, Roanoke, Virginia, 24018. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Nicely. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed budget, and thank you to Ms. Peterson and her team for all of the hard work they put into trying to ensure all bases are covered with increasingly less funding to do so. The only problem I see with the budget proposal is, once again, this is simply not enough funding to address the pressing needs of our outdated school buildings, raise teacher salaries to the state or national level, ensure we have enough professionally licensed special education teachers, and provide enough support staff positions in our schools. We're at a crisis level in staffing. Less and less people want to go into teaching. Virginia is one of the 15th wealthiest states in the nation, but it's in the bottom 15 when it comes to teacher pay. Many children need the supports provided by classroom IAs and mental health specialists, and we need more of these caring people in our children's schools. Delegate McNamara recently shared some ways the county might receive more funding for its schools, and I appreciate those who are trying to ensure school systems in often neglected parts of the state receive better and more equitable funding. The problem our county has is funding streams based upon the county's ability to pay index is often a non-starter. If we already had the ability to pay for school construction and match state-provided raises for teachers, I wouldn't be standing before you today. I've heard this board say we need to better fund the CIP and pay teachers more. This won't happen unless positive changes occur at the state level. Our county must be given the ability to raise its own revenue for capital improvements for its aging schools, and I'm requesting the board reach out to our legislators in the General Assembly and ask for their support for SB 472. I implore the school board to state its opposition to SB 125, SB 608, HB 356, and HB 294, any of which, if passed, will siphon crucially needed funding from our school system to private entities, where our tax dollars would be used in unaccountable, non-transparent ways. Your job should include not only advocating for increased funding, but also protecting the funding the school system currently receives. We can't afford to ignore the elephant in the room. If we allow our public schools and the people who work in them to continue to be defunded, devalued, undermined, and deceptively portrayed, we will do a great disservice to our children and professional educators, our local economy, and our democracy. Thank you for your service to our county, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on the budget? Okay. All right, item number 7, hearing of citizens and delegations. Everybody who has filled out a form here will get an opportunity to speak. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes. There is a light on the podium there that will start after you've given your name and address. You do not have to give your address after you've stated your name. When the light, or after 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the light will turn yellow. At 3 minutes, it will turn red. Out of respect for the now 70 other speakers, we ask that you do keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, and I will give you a gentle nudge right at 3 minutes to please wrap up your comments if you're going over. So all comments should be directed to the board as a whole, not to individual board members. And if there are any vulgarities, obscenities, we do reserve the right to have people removed from the room. So we hope that's not the case. I hope everybody can be respectful tonight, and we will hear differing points of views. I can promise you that. Some of you will agree with. We would ask that you remain quiet and let the speaker at the podium speak without any background noise or anything else. Just be respectful of everybody and give them an opportunity to present their opinion. So, our first speaker is Kayla Cundiff, and I am going to actually give a few names here. Atlee Alexander will be second, and Gabriel Powell will be third, just so we know. Some people are not in the room. That way they'll know they're ready. All right, Ms. Cundiff.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kayla Cundiff, and I am a student at Glenver High School, and as many other students at Roanoke County Public Schools are, I am tired of being lied to. In March of 2020, you guys told all of us we would be out of school for 2 weeks, and then everything would be normal again, and look where we are 2 years later. You guys are telling us to just keep waiting, just wait 3 more weeks, but that's hard to believe when it's all we've heard for the past 2 years. The flu kills people every single year, yet we have never shut down our country over it. Many people die in car crashes every year, but I don't see anyone walking everywhere. I have heard many arguments saying you guys will be facing lawsuits if you make masking optional, but I say do not let that stop you. Someone must fight for the students and parents, and you guys need to be those people. Our governor has sent out an executive order, so therefore the school board has no decision to make. Youngkin has made it for you. COVID isn't just going to disappear no matter how many people get vaccinated or how long we wear masks, and that's just something we're all going to have to accept. Also, it's hard to listen to people who don't wear their masks either. Us students see it out ourselves every day. Our teachers take them off when they think no one's watching, and our administrators do the same thing. I go to school to learn, not to be harassed about a mask all day long. Our teachers aren't even doing their jobs anymore because they're too worried about our masks. This virus is affecting our ability to just be high school kids. It's canceling everything we have looked forward to and making it so we can't even walk down the hallway and talk to our friends without being harassed. No one is stopping anyone from wearing a mask. The people who don't want to just want a choice. If you want to wear one, no one's going to stop you, but for the people who aren't living in fear, we should also have an option not to wear it. But my faith is in God, and if he wants me to take my last breath, I will, whether I have a mask on my face or not. Fear is of the devil, and it's time we stop fearing the world and put faith in God. Maybe if some of you opened a Bible, things would change. And I will finish with this. In Isaiah 41:10, the Bible says, "Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you, I will help you, and I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Atlee Alexander.
Good evening. I'm Atlee Alexander from Glenver High School, And first, I want to say I appreciate this board wearing their masks like they force on us each and every day at school. And as Patrick Henry once said, I shall speak forth my opinion freely and without reserve. This is no time for ceremony. The debate before this board is nothing less than a question of freedom or slavery. And it is in times like these that define a nation happens. And will the people be heard or will tyrants emerge? With the CDC admitting cloth masks are not effective and that kids are at little to no risk with this virus, it makes no sense to us why we are still forced to wear masks. But this board has 18 million reasons, being the $18 million they received in the American Rescue Plan Act, designed to help supply schools with mitigation efforts such as masking. Yet, according to our local Roanoke News, $3 million went to fire trucks, garbage trucks, and ambulances. That doesn't sound like mitigation efforts for a virus, does it? If this board obliterated masks, they would in a sense be saying, we do not need your funding anymore, and y'all sacrifice kids' lives at the exchange of money. I ask, what was the motive behind defying the executive order? If its purpose is not to force us into compliance so y'all can keep getting millions of taxpayers' dollars, can anyone here assign any other motive to it? No, it can be meant for nothing else. And what have we to oppose this tyranny? Should we try debating? People, we have been trying that since March 12th, 2020. We have petitioned, we have debated, we have complied. Our petitions have been insulted, our debates have produced tyrants, and our compliance has put more restrictions upon us. There's no longer any more room for hope. If we wish to be free, we must stand. People, we must stand. This board says it is just a little longer, but when will that change? Will it be tonight or next year? Will it be when the vaccine is administered to students in schools without parental consent, like what happened in Colorado? Besides, dear people, there's a just God who destines all things, and if we were bold enough to desire freedom, it is now too late to retreat. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. It is in vain to prolong this debate. People may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. This is not for our health, it is for your wallets. I know not what course others may take. But as for me, give me liberty or give me death.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Next speaker, Gabriel Powell, followed by Francis Rogers, and then Ashley Moore. Evening, Ms. Powell.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gabrielle Powell, and I'm a student of Glenver High School. Thank you for your time here today. I have one simple word for the school board here tonight, though with all due respect, I'm not sure if you understand. That word is freedom. I'm up here today speaking on behalf of my freedom and those around me. All the documents created by our founding fathers, all the lives lost in the wars fought for our nation to establish and keep our rights, but I'm not sure if you seem to understand it. You are put up here by we the people, the students who cannot vote and the parents in the community that do vote. But you lack to represent those who have pleaded with you for months on year's end. You were told about the masks being ineffective. You were told about the carbon dioxide that we breathe in when we wear them. You were told about the detrimental conditions it leaves young kids with when they cannot see what the teachers are saying. So where does that leave the miseducation of that? Or should I stop when we walk into school and get harassed by your administrative and staff who barely follow those rules themselves? But I should stop, because it clearly goes one ear and out the other. You've always claimed to listen to people like me in this community, but I'm sure you're aware of the phrase, actions speak louder than words. You claim to want the best for us, but where are these actions as proof? You've always told us to be patient, wait a week and one more week, but bam, a year's gone by into 2 years. See, I'm tired of being told to be patient when in my country that was built on the foundations of rights and freedom based from the great Lord above, when we can't even follow or respect an executive order signed by our sworn-in governor, but yet we choose to bow down to the last one that stated when he required to wear masks. At this time right now, there are people, citizens of our nation, who are fighting for their lives and our freedom over in foreign countries, who pray and hope that their kids are getting taught right, educated right. But their dreams would be crushed. I'm sorry to say that they'd be disappointed to see that. People who dream of living in our country for education, another dream crushed. Future generations that were fought for by past ones, another dream crushed and gone and in the dust. In fact, Monday I talked with students. They agreed They agreed with me of what I'm saying here today, but they were too scared to do the same because of the threats of disciplinary action made by the board before me. You have breeded an educational environment that most kids can't stand to be in some days because of the harassment and requirements of everything. We have begged for years now for a course of action not to wear these, but we've never gotten what we've pleaded for. We've asked you to listen, but when will your actions and decisions represent the words that we've asked for 2 years now? You can end this cycle, make a decision for what's right, and let us go to school and obey the law. But whether or not you let my words go one ear and out the other will be displayed by your next decision. We're still in COVID. We're still here. It's a case where we're here, and it hasn't changed. So what are these masks going to do if you keep them on? That's all I'm asking, is to just let them go. It's not doing anything. It clearly hasn't. If it was, it would be gone. My mother's in healthcare. She works in it every day. But clearly she still comes home and she's all right. And if you think I'm insensitive to those who have died, people in my family have died from it. But I still go to school and I still don't want to wear it. So all I'm asking is that your actions represent the words that we're pleading for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Power. Just 3 speakers in, I can tell our educators are doing an outstanding job.
Francis Rogers.
Our next speaker, at least they're very eloquent and well-spoken.
Well spoken.
Thank you.
Well spoken.
Francis Rogers.
That's me. I ask you to base your COVID policies on the advice and recommendations of medical and legal experts at your disposal. No one on the board is a medical or legal expert. I'm not an expert either. When I'm confronted with something with which I know little about, I turn to experts. I ask you to do the same thing. Campaign promises regarding masks were made, which now put some of you in tough positions. I get that. But it's basic civics that when a governor issues an executive order which contradicts existing law, it's up to the courts to sort it out. Let the checks and balances system our founding fathers developed take its course. Hopefully by then, COVID infections will be down and we will have entered the endemic phase of COVID. Some have stated that masks have affected their children's mental health negatively. My family, too, has had its share of mental health challenges. For us, it's not the masks. It was the uncertainty, the isolation of virtual school, the cancellation of sports and clubs, the weird dynamics of hybrid school. Let's be clear, no one I know likes masks, but it's because of masks that my children can be in school, in person, 5 days a week, and emotionally, that's made all the difference. This school year, I've been able to attend high school sports in person, something for which I'm grateful. But while at these events, I've seen 2 current school board reps not wearing masks. That confuses me. Masking is your policy, a policy I support because it's kept schools open. Whether you voted for or against, or if it became a policy prior to your tenure, masking is a school board policy. There are signs all over the schools telling people to wear a mask. Seeing school board reps without a mask in school sets the wrong example for students and has got to be incredibly frustrating for administrators who have spent close to 2 years ensuring everyone's safety in their schools. There's plenty of laws I don't agree with, but I follow them. That comes from having a dad and a granddad who were police officers. And some might say that makes me a sheep, but I was raised to believe that makes me a good citizen. So let's wait for the courts to decide on the issue of masking and not set some arbitrary date of Valentine's Day to make them optional. Unless, of course, the experts have told you that we'll be in the endemic phase at that point. Instead, I ask you to focus on finding ways to increase pay for our teachers and staff. Too many great teachers have either left the county or left the profession. Increasing pay would help to keep the great teachers we have and recruit new ones. I also ask you to focus on renovating and replacing outdated school buildings. These are both issues where a great deal of consensus can be found. And how great would it be to have consensus on something? Lastly, I'm thrilled to announce that in 117 days, the youngest of my 4 kids will graduate high school. My senior is also, at least legally, an adult, having turned 18 in December. A few weeks back, I asked him what he would do should masking become optional. Without hesitation, he said, if the teachers have to wear masks, then I will too. It's really not a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Ashley Moore will be followed by Katie Drawl and then Laura Bowman. Good evening, Ms. Moore.
Hi. Am I ready?
You
All right. I'm Ashley Moore, and I've had a while to sit back and reflect on last week, and I am truly appalled and baffled that people think that this is about a little piece of cotton on our children's faces. I've talked with people from all perspectives, and one thing that just keeps confusing me is why any parent would want their own personal rights taken away. This is way beyond a mask issue. This is a parent choice. It's our civil right for having those kids and providing for them all of their lives. Why are we allowing 5 people to dictate what we can do with our own children? Why is anyone relying on others to care, protect, and make choices for their own flesh and blood? As parents, we pour into our children. We love them unconditionally. We solely, as parents, should decide what is best for our own child. Let me ask you this. If anyone was telling you something different than what you feel is right for your own child, how would you react? The argument I keep hearing is, we need to be keeping others safe. But let me say this. More kids die from drowning every year than they do in sickness. It's quoted 8 times. Children are 8 times more likely to die from a drowning than COVID. So should we be sitting up here and asking them to take the water fountains or the sinks out because it only takes 1 cup of water for a child to drown? We're not doing that. That's absurd. The number 1 leading cause of death in U.S. for children is automobile accidents. That's a fact. There's your facts. Can we control others who are driving? No, we can't. Can they collide and cause injury to our child or even death? Yes, they could. That doesn't stop us from living or driving places. Why in the world is this even a discussion? There should be no other discussion than giving the rights back to parents. It's time to stop worrying about what everyone else around you is doing and start worrying about your own child. Do what is best for them. If you want to mask them, do it. If you don't, don't. It's as simple as that. We voted on your platforms that majority of you ran on, which was parent choice. Yet, you haven't even kept those promises. I'm going to leave with this, and it's a quote from Governor Youngkin that he said just this week. On day 1 of my administration, I signed an executive order that delivered on a promise I made to parents, empowering them to make decisions regarding their children. While some are seeking to sow division between masking fractions, I want to be clear. My executive order ensures that parents can opt their kids out of school mask mandates. Give the rights and the power back to the parents. We raise them. We control them. Not you, not government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Katie Drawl. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, school board members, Dr. Nicely, I'm a nurse and I'm the mother of an incredible 7th grader. In March of 2020, my son was in 5th grade when schools closed. We came together with what felt like the world in celebrating frontline workers and healthcare providers. We stayed home for the good of our community. In August of 2020, we made the difficult decision to have our son attend virtual school for the start of his middle school career. He was part of the decision-making process, and we all felt it was best since he has multiple medical conditions, and we'd been told all along that the people who need to worry about this virus are those with pre-existing conditions, and that healthy people would be fine. We accepted this healthism and eugenics at the time, since it seemed like we were on our own, and what else could we do? Our family made huge sacrifices to protect him. We stopped eating in restaurants and going to public events. We met with friends and family rarely and only outside. And we did what we had to do to make a bubble around our precious son. We were blessed to be in a position to keep him home doing virtual school, which I know speaks to our privilege, and we are so thankful for that, since our situation is not the norm, and many parents do not have this option. In 2021, as our son turned 12, he asked to be vaccinated so he could return to in-person school and see his friends again. We were thrilled that the data and the guidance from the medical community was clear. The kids were safe in school. thanks to the layered protection they were using. Masking, physical distancing, good ventilation, quarantine protocols, and more helped ensure our son was safe to rejoin his peers, something all our mental health sorely needed. He went back to in-person school in the spring of 2021, and thanks to those protections and the school's amazing job following the CDC guidelines, he's had exactly 0 in-school exposures, 0 days quarantine, and he's been safe for his entire 7th grade year so far. Now that we have access to home testing and vaccines, he's even been able to play outdoor team sports, go to a movie with a friend, visit his college-age sisters. His life this summer before this current peak was closer to normal than at any point during this pandemic. My son has value. For 2 years, he's been sacrificing, and our family has been weighing risks because we decided as a society that only certain people have worth. Early on, we dismissed the elderly and the physically vulnerable as necessary trade-offs for the world to get back to normal. Now we're moving on to dismiss the health of our children and educators and the physical and mental health of healthcare workers, the very folks who carried us on their backs through the first stages of this pandemic. It's terribly sobering to see how inhumane our society has become, how little we've learned from our past struggles, and to see us become more healthist, not less, in the face of widespread death, sickness, and suffering. I want this pandemic to be over just as much as you do, but my son's life is not a compromise. His safety at school is not something you should dismiss as a necessary trade-off for anyone else's preference to not love their neighbor as themselves. I ask that you think of the vulnerable in our community and wait to make changes to the layered protections until the transmission rates here are safe for everyone, not just the ones you value. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Bowman will be followed by Jessica Crumpacker and then Elisa Downey.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Nicely. I'm wearing red for Ed because I support our public schools and I care about the people who learn and work in them. In my decade of public education advocacy work, I've never been more worried for Virginia's educators than I am right now. I'm asking the school board to immediately draft a resolution in support of our school system's educators, one that pledges to protect them from vilification and persecution. I will follow up with you on this, Mr. Chairman. Education should be like a four-legged stool. Teachers teach, students learn, parents support, and government funds. When one leg of the stool is broken or missing, education suffers. I've been sad to see divisiveness in our county. I know we all love our kids and want them to succeed in school, and I want us to work together to that end. As a longtime advocate for parent engagement in education, I'd like to share the following from authors Peter and Paul Reynolds about the important collaborative roles of parent, child, and teacher in education. It takes a fleet. I had a dream. I saw 3 ships at the beginning of a voyage. 3 ships huddled in the harbor, a misty sea stretched out before them. In my dream upon a cliff, I could see that 2 ships were large and 1 was small. Upon the smaller, I saw a child, wide-eyed, wind-tousled hair. A lantern on the bow glowed, lighting a few feet ahead in the murky harbor. On either side of the child ship nestled the 2 larger ships. Upon one, a family gathered on a starboard side. On the other, a teacher standing on port side, ready to guide the child on the journey ahead. One ship, captained by the teacher, was filled with precious cargo, books, music, arts, stories, and more. The other ship, skippered by the family, carried compassion, love, and guidance. In my dream, the journey took many days and nights and weeks and months and years. Along the way, there were brilliant views and others of murky fog. There were doldrums and mighty storms. One night, the 2 large ships lost sight of the smaller, rushing to the starboard into port, searching in vain through the fog. Where has the small ship gone? Wandered off course, they thought. Too curious, or perhaps fallen asleep at the wheel? But when the smaller ship reappeared, it had treasure in its hold. Not gold or spices, but rather wisdom. Wisdom about the stars, discovery of a unique constellation, the ability to read it and be guided, the power to navigate on its own. The ships signaled one another in celebration. Each captain agreed that the voyage would have been far more difficult if voyaging alone. They had voyaged as a fleet, teacher sailing alongside family, school voyaging together with home. It takes a fleet, dreamy and hopeful, ready for oceanic challenges. It takes a fleet, attentive and loving, to prepare for the lifelong voyage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Jessica Crumpacker.
Tonight, I'm reading a letter on behalf of a local pediatrician, Dr. Robert Gard. Dear Superintendent, board members, and fellow parents and students of Roanoke County, my name is Robert Gard. I'm the father of 4 children in Roanoke County and a practicing pediatrician in Roanoke. I had hoped to attend this meeting in person, however, my work schedule has prohibited me from doing such. It is my intention to request that the school board continue to honor the decision to require masks for the duration of the school year as intended by our General Assembly and following CDC guidelines. I feel strongly that the recent recklessness of the school board has not taken into consideration how to properly change strategies in combating COVID-19. It is my understanding that the board has not reached out or consulted with their own medical advisory committee with whom they have previously met for years concerning past medical concerns. Currently, we are in the midst of a COVID-19 surge. Our area's positivity rate is 35%. At this time last year, our positivity rate was 10%. This is more than a 3-fold increase, and infections in children are also rising compared to last year. According to the Roanoke City Allegheny Health District, 18% of current COVID cases are in children. Currently, Roanoke Memorial Hospital and surrounding hospitals are at red level for visitation, which is their strictest level. Our area hospitals currently need as much assistance as possible to decrease their patient volume so they can continue to provide quality medical care for their patients. Lifting a mask mandate at this time will increase the number of COVID-19 cases in our community, causing an increased strain on our overtaxed healthcare system. I feel very strongly that there needs to be a stepwise approach if we desire to remove masks by the next school year. It is my hope that with the new push of our current governor to educate people and to recommend vaccines, that people will take this seriously and get themselves and their children vaccinated. In addition, we should contact, trace, and test our students and faculty and follow CDC guidelines. As a medical professional, I encourage you not to change the mask strategy at this time. In my own practice, I see the fatigue in myself and my partners, my clinical staff and my front staff, as well as in other medical professionals throughout the area, as we try to care for the children of the Roanoke Valley. We are working hard, however, we are tired, and the removal of mitigation strategies in the midst of this current surge could further damage an already broken medical system. In closing, I strongly urge you to consult your medical advisory board and make good, strong plans on how to remove masks by the beginning of next school year. I would encourage you to discuss options with your medical advisory board regarding possible benchmarks to consider, such as local 5% positivity rate or an 80% vaccination rate of students and staff. Until you have a solid plan endorsed by your medical advisory board, I would implore you to leave masks in place. Thank you sincerely, Dr. Robert Gard, Physicians to Children.
Thank you. Lisa Downey will be followed by Tiffany Sandifer. Good
I'm
evening.
Elisa Downey, and I'll be reading a letter, an open letter to the school board from a highly regarded local physician and Oak Grove parent, and I'm going to read it here this evening. Dear school board members and Dr. Nicely, I have a professional obligation that prevents me from speaking at the January 27th school board meeting. So I'm again writing to you as both a physician and parent to state that Roanoke County schools should continue to follow all CDC recommended COVID mitigation measures. I was awake most of Monday night covering labor and delivery at Roanoke Memorial Hospital. About half the patients on our busy obstetric service had COVID. Symptoms range from minimal, most patients, to prone, paralyzed, and intubated in the intensive care unit with a grim prognosis for survival. At least one mother couldn't visit her newborn in the neonatal ICU because of concerns for how she might infect other infants and their parents. All night long, for every entry into a COVID patient's room, the drill was gown, gloves, put on a face shield and an N95 mask, and then repeat. This is the reality of the pandemic. While hosting Governor Youngkin at RMH last week, Nancy Agee, Carillion's CEO, commented to the media that some people are trying to move on, but the staff are weary and exhausted. Across the healthcare spectrum, staff are stretched to the limits. It is logistically difficult to accommodate all the patients and their needs, and the clinicians are tired of the disregard for the pandemic severity outside the medical setting. Schools are an institutional pillar of the community along with healthcare systems, so they should collaborate with the medical and public health establishments. The school board should not undermine the healthcare system's effort to limit the spread and effects of the virus. The school board must rise above the political tantrums surrounding masks that have hijacked its attention since the summer. Masking, when broadly applied, is a simple, safe, evidence-based, effective cornerstone on the layered mitigation strategy for COVID, including for nearly all children. Masking is endorsed by the American Academy of Pediatrics, including its Virginia section. It is profoundly frustrating that I'm compelled to repeatedly state the obvious. Do I like wearing a mask all day? Would I, as a physician, wear a mask all day in a clinical setting for no reason? Would you really want me to perform surgery on your family member while unmasked? The answer to these questions is no. However, my patients deserve the safest approach to their care, so I mask up. The same logic applies for masking during the pandemic. My children, all children, deserve the safest and highest level of care and attention in the school environment. Stop the political drama. Endorse and follow sound medical and public health guidance, which will continue to evolve, hopefully to points where we can objectively let down our guard. And turn your attention to other important issues of school governance that face our county. Christopher Sullivan, MD, Oak Grove parent.
Thank you. Tiffany Sandifer will be followed by Winter Schosberger and then Tom McCracken. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Sandifer. I am a community health worker working with Virginia Medicaid populations and the parent of 2 children who qualify for special education services in the county. I'm here to talk about public health data and trends and how we can responsibly off-ramp from masking. Data from all over the world suggests that Omicron falls as quickly as it peaks. And there's evidence that this is happening in the United States and in Virginia, although our hospital systems and critical infrastructure are still being crippled by the virus currently. If modeling is correct, that situation should begin to improve in a couple of weeks, right about the time the board has proposed lifting the mask mandate on February 14th. I sincerely hope that we can see a downward trend and a move toward a mask optional policy when we reach lower transmission levels and hospital capacity. Hopefully as soon as that date, but more likely we'd reach appropriate levels by early March. It's imperative that we let the local data drive this decision, and we must wait for that data. No one likes masking. We all want to return to normalcy. We all want our kids to thrive. We want an off-ramp for masking, but we have to do things responsibly and safely. We have to listen to local healthcare experts, the same folks we trust when our kids are sick or injured. I see through my work that our local healthcare systems are overwhelmed now. Our test positivity rates are between 35 and 36% positive. Current VDH guidelines recommend universal masking indoors at transmission levels above 8%. Right now is not the time. It just isn't, no matter how badly we want it to be. Setting arbitrary dates and striving for political compromise is not this board's job. That is why school boards are supposed to be apolitical. The board's job is to make decisions that best serve public education and the students, teachers, and staff who participate in it. For every issue that comes before the board, your job is to collect data, listen to your constituents, all of them, even when you don't like what they have to say, and find data-driven solutions that serve to strengthen public education. It's not to feed culture wars and stoke controversy. It's not to impose your own opinions or agenda. It's not to fulfill campaign promises. You are public service, and you serve the whole public. You owe it to all of us to listen to, accept, and be guided by real data and experts you can look in the eye. Stop playing politics and fulfill your responsibilities. That's what we want. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Winter Schossberger. Good evening.
I'm Winter Schossberger. I live in Hollins. I would like to begin by thanking the board for your willingness to pause the removal of the masking mitigation strategy until cases have declined. I think this compromise prioritizes the health and safety of our students and staff, and as a parent concerned with both of those, I am grateful. There is a misconception about the pro-mask stance. I don't want to still be wearing this mask 2 years later, but I'm willing to wait patiently for the experts to decide that it is safe to remove it. I'm willing to wait because I want our schools to remain open. I know the students at my preschool by face and name. I look forward to their stories and enjoy watching their growth as learners and people. My husband is a social worker. I understand how critical it is for many students to attend in-person school. There are needs that simply cannot be met virtually. I understand the mental health implications of social isolation. I know how important it is to be able to connect with students face-to-face, even when those faces are masked. I selfishly want schools to stay open because virtual school with 2 kids last year was no picnic. I also want them to stay open so that my kids can be with their friends and the adults at school who give them experiences interacting with people who are not me. I trust our public school teachers as my partners in turning my kids into the best and brightest humans they can be. I don't want masks, but I accept that mask wearing is the price of keeping our students and teachers safe and our schools open. I don't want masks, but I accept that what I want has no bearing on what the facts are. I don't want masks, but as an adult, I understand that wants and needs are not always the same. I hope that if a motion is made tonight to make masking optional on February 14th, it is made with the qualification that transmission rate levels be green or yellow, and that the board continues to follow the guidance of the healthcare experts in regards to other mitigation strategies utilized by Roanoke County Public Schools. I also appreciated the board's encouraging of parents to express their opinions about masking to the board instead of to school personnel. As I mentioned at the last meeting, RCPS teachers and administrators are masterfully holding it all together with glue and popsicle sticks. The support or lack of support from board members was noted. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Lowe this evening about the state of our school's ventilation and water supply issues. I think we can all agree that we do not want to be the school system that cannot provide the basic necessities of clean water and suitable air for their students and staff. We as parents must place our trust in this board to act on behalf of and in the best interest of the thousands of people who spend the majority of their waking hours in these buildings. Although it remains to be seen, it is my hope that our trust is safe in your hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Schossberger. Tom McCracken will be followed by William Klepper and then Tracy Garland.
Mr. Chairman, members of the school board, Dr. Nicely, Tom McCracken, Catawba. As an educator and minister, I've been involved in all aspects of this pandemic for the past 2 years, from teaching in classrooms at the peak of cases to counseling families whose children have lost the battle with COVID. Inherent with my vocation is the daily interaction with people, a demographic that is diverse politically, religiously, educationally, experientially, socioeconomically, and ethnically. Because of that, I have learned a foundational truth. To successfully navigate such diversity, respect must be given, concessions extended, compromises made, and patience employed. While I understand the strain and stress this pandemic has caused all stakeholders, students, staff, and parents, and appreciate the passion and boldness brought to the table as we discuss masks and no masks, I do see an even bigger picture, an issue that is in danger of hurting and hindering our children potentially more than COVID. That danger is not what we are discussing, rather how we are discussing it. We did not choose COVID to invade our lives or disrupt our educational system, but we are choosing how we are responding. Our students are watching not just what we discuss and decide on, but they are watching how we are going about it. We can't wonder why our young people are taking to social media to attack others instead of talking things out face to face when we are modeling that very toxic behavior. We can't be surprised that our children are shouting and name-calling when upset when they see that same demonstration of unbridled and unfiltered emotion from us. Our children will always be faced with opposing views, different ideals, and conflict, but they must learn appropriate and healthy ways to resolve that conflict, and the best way that can happen is for them to see that behavior modeled by us, especially in times of distress like these. Roanoke County has adopted the phrase, expect respect. I donated 14,000 wristbands to remind us all of this important concept. I am pleading with everyone that has a vested interest in this issue to fight fair, to address issues, not attack individuals, that our children would be able to expect respect from those they are looking to for direction. The stakes are much higher than a policy that will hopefully be outdated in a few years. The character of our children is at stake, as how we handle this very moment will form and shape their ways of conflict resolution. We may not all be in the same boat, but we are all enduring the same storm. So let us move ahead with love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, generosity, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. In the end, our students will forget what we say, but they will never forget how we made them feel. I am praying for each of you. I appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Mr. Klepper. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Linden, members of the board. My name is William Klepper. I'm here tonight to let you know that I'm disappointed in this board's and this administration's inaction regarding the mask mandate. On January 6th, when the board, obviously influenced by someone other than the voters, rescinded the January 4th vote, the board stated that as soon as Governor-elect Youngkin removed the mandate, the board would act to make masks optional. That time has come and gone, and my kids are still being forced to wear a mask to school. I saw a Facebook post recently that stated compromise is not a dirty word. I wholeheartedly agree with that statement. Compromise is what makes this republic work and helps make us a civil society. However, there is no compromise when our children are being forced to wear a mask, even for one more day. True compromise would be giving the option to wear a mask. So how did we get from January 4th to here? From my point of view, the board and the administration are listening to unelected government bureaucrats and lawyers that do not have the same values as you do or the folks that put you in office. If that is the case, you are allowing these unelected bureaucrats and lawyers to usurp your authority and to govern in your place. What is clear is that you are not listening to the majority that voted in November. That majority voted for Governor Youngkin. That majority voted for you. That majority did not vote for a Richmond-based lawyer and VDH officials that will give their blessing of making masks optional on February 14th if the numbers go down. What if the numbers don't go down? Does 2 weeks become 2 more years? And if SB 1303 were such a big deal, why are there only a handful filing suit? And how does SB 1303 become ineffective on February 14th versus January 24th or tomorrow? You promised on January 6th, when the governor's order came out, that our kids would be mask optional. Stop making excuses, stop hiding behind bureaucrats and lawyers and vague state laws with multiple interpretations, and act. Act tonight to make masks optional for tomorrow. In less than 3 months, this board and the administration has broken 2 promises, your campaign promise and your promise from that bench on January 6th. It's time to make masks optional and move on to the real issues that will improve public education in Roanoke County. Thank you for your time and your opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Tracy Garland will be followed by Michelle Brooks and then Tracy Wheeler. Good evening.
Chairman, board members, thank you for hearing us, all of these different voices here this evening. I attended Roanoke County schools growing up, and I am now a parent of 2 high school students in Roanoke County schools, and I am here to urge you to vote to keep the current mask mandate in place. We know that masks are a safe, easy, and effective way to protect our children and reduce the transmission of COVID-19 in schools. The public health guidance is clear on this. Masking needs to remain in place until transmission of COVID-19 is significantly lower in our community. Recently, on January 17th, the Virginia chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics came out with a statement that I'm going to read to you on the record. They strongly recommend children continue to wear masks in school while rates of COVID-19 infection remain high. The Virginia chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics strongly recommends that school-age children, regardless of vaccination status, wear a well-fitting face mask while attending school. Any successful comprehensive plan to protect children against Omicron variant and other future variants of COVID-19 includes being up to date on COVID-19 vaccination and consistently wearing face masks during times of infection surge. Face masks remain safe and reliable, and children have demonstrated their ability to wear them efficiently. In addition to protecting a child, face mask use significantly reduces the spread of SARS-CoV-2 and other respiratory infections, thus keeping schools operational and ensuring children do not miss in-person school. As had been explained time and time again, one-sided masking is not sufficiently protective to reduce the risk of virus transmission. An unmasked individual can infect a masked individual. This will make our schools unsafe for everyone, particularly the immunocompromised. Our healthcare systems are bent to the point of breaking under the strain of this pandemic and are begging us to do our part. In fact, Lewis Gale Regional Health Systems, Sova Health, Carillion Clinic, Centra, and the Salem Veterans Affairs Medical Center just released a joint PSA and a video urging the public to wear masks and get vaccinated. Do you know how unusual that is to have a joint PSA from all of our healthcare centers asking us to please do our part? Governor Youngkin's EO may be unenforceable, and that will be sorted out in court. Regardless, right now and into the future, we need to follow guidance from public health officials as a floor to mitigation measures. We must focus on public health and safety. I would like to add, I understand that this issue has caused a great deal of division and stress in and among parents, students, teachers, administrators, and the community at large. Recent mask-off protests at schools resulted in classroom disruption, students being pitted against teachers and administrators, and suspensions. As adults, we should be modeling appropriate behavior and teaching our children effective conflict resolution skills. Protest is protected free speech, however, breaking rules, disrupting learning, and endangering other students is not. The school board must serve as an apolitical body, ensuring a safe, free, and accessible public education
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
for all of our children. Please vote to keep the mask mandate in place.
Thank you. Michelle Brooks, Tracy Wheeler, and then Lucy Harbert. Good evening, Ms. Brooks.
Hi, how are y'all doing today?
Fine, thank you.
Breathe, I'm not going to talk about masks. Maybe a little bit. I'm Michelle Brooks. I'm a fourth grade reading teacher at Penn Forest Elementary School. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Linden, for your call on Sunday to remind everyone about the mask ordinance. I was seeing what was going on across the state. As a parent, I was a little worried about sending my child to school on Monday, what he may or may not have seen. He went, everything was fine. So I do think that that was helpful. Additionally, this week, my heart was warmed when I read on a board member's social media account the story of a student at Northside High School. This student didn't want to wear masks, but stated if it meant a divided school, it wasn't worth it. This student's choice promotes friendship and a sense of community. If our schools are strong, our communities are strong. Northside has a strong school and a strong community. They should be extremely proud. In response to a student's defiant behavior, removing masks and refusing to leave the classroom as required by a school board policy in another district, on social media, a school board member compared it to the Rosa Parks defiance of segregation law in 1955. Although mask wearing is a divisive topic based on politics more than science, it is insulting to compare it to the plight of African Americans in the segregated South. I just ask that we have to do better, and we have to be better for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Wheeler. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. I attended Roanoke County Schools, and currently I have both children and grandchildren there. I'm here today to represent them and all of our wonderful teachers and staff. Last year, during virtual learning, I watched my straight A, pre-AP, college-bound student fail and have to go to summer school for the first time. This negatively affected her self-esteem as well as her GPA. My daughter needs in-person instruction. She's currently a junior, so time is running out. We cannot risk, no pun intended, returning to virtual school. When I asked her thoughts, she expressed to me how this issue divides students at school. And she said, if she sees a person wearing their mask incorrectly or even not at all, she automatically feels hostility for that person. I'm currently experiencing that now. I think that you guys are setting a terrible example by being in this crowded room with no mask. I personally feel if my 3- and 4-year-old grandsons can wear them, anyone can. I'm a parent. What about my rights? I choose masking. I was lucky enough to contact Mrs. Reba Tillery, who, as some of you know, is the greatest kindergarten teacher in history, and this is what she shared, and I quote, "Our students and their well-being should be the first priority of our school board. It was when I taught. All our teachers didn't have to give this a second thought. It doesn't appear to be that way now. I pray that everyone will always think of our precious students when making any decisions. I loved all my years teaching at Roanoke County. I hope all the teachers will be able to say the same one day." And that was the end of her quote. This is not an individual rights issue. This is, in fact, a public health issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Lucy Harbert will be followed by Karen Kuehl and then Matt Harris. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lucy Harbert, and I'm here to express my concerns about removing our current COVID precautions too soon. I have many personal reasons to support continued masking, beginning with my own medically complex child. The science is abundantly clear. While it's natural to feel frustrated, this should not be a debate. On that note, I have some questions for you. Why was February 14th chosen as the date for going masks optional? This sounds really appealing, but we're in a record-breaking COVID surge right now. What metrics, guidance, or other factors are you studying between now and then? What ongoing data will be collected to safely keep our classrooms open? We know that COVID is not going away anytime soon. We need a sustainable plan and the willingness to update our layered mitigation strategies as needed. This needs to be communicated clearly. Have pediatricians, teachers, and therapists who work with our children been consulted? Please be humble enough to consult with professionals and transparent enough to communicate their advice with parents and caregivers. Anything else is just political posturing. Is there a concrete plan for the students who will need to return to virtual learning? Our teachers did a fantastic job pivoting to virtual last week, but what's the plan for the longer term, especially for the younger grades? Are we prepared for the lawsuits that are already arising? We have legal obligations to each and every student and employee. Look, politics has no place here. We must move past attempts to win a debate to get what we want. We are a community. We need to take care of one another instead of bickering at our children's expense. People who share my concerns are often called sheep, but in my faith tradition, Jesus the Good Shepherd looked for that one missing sheep when the 99 were just fine. I'm here tonight because I care about every last child. With their variety of needs, preferences, and family beliefs, I hope that all the other parents hold my children in their hearts in that same way. Above all else, I hope that this school board will continue to rise above partisan bullying and show both common sense and compassion when making decisions. I hope you will communicate these plans transparently, giving us all confidence to relax our precautions when the right time comes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Kuehl. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Kuehl, sorry. Good evening.
Thanks for having me tonight. My name is Dr. Karen Kuehl. I have been an emergency physician for 21 years. I've been at Carillion for 15 years. I'm a Roanoke native. I'm a product of public schools here in Roanoke. I have a son at Cave Spring Middle School, and I have 2 nephews at Mount Pleasant Elementary. I stand here surrounded with the spirit of my coworkers, many of whom also have kids in Roanoke County schools and are also as nervous as I am today. I am nervous because right now, COVID is the worst I have ever seen it as of today. I am here to beg you to delay making mask optional until the COVID numbers have gone down in our area. I diagnosed the first COVID case in southwestern Virginia in March. I ordered the test, I saw the patient, and that patient did not survive. I have since seen hundreds of COVID patients. I've had recent patients in their 20s, 30s, and 40s die. I have sat with patients while they have died. I've talked to their families, telling them that they are going to die. I've made tons of phone calls telling them what's going to happen. At work, when I'm at work and I'm seeing COVID patients, including today, for 9 to 10 hours, I wear a respirator, I wear goggles the entire shift. I'm uncomfortable right now being here with all of these unmasked people because I haven't been around this many unmasked people in 2 years. I'm here today. I hadn't planned to be here because I worked a shift in the pediatric ER today. Every single room in there is full. I am doing COVID investigations on kids ages 6 days to age 17 right now. I admitted multiple children today, many suspected or documented with COVID. And as I was leaving, an ambulance was arriving with a child whose father had to do compressions, CPR, while at home before the paramedics got there. That child was COVID positive. I'm just coming to let you know about the state of the emergency department now as a whole, not just COVID. If you come to the emergency department right now for any reason, you're going to find that we are struggling. Many of our staff are sick. Many of our staff have left. It is incredibly busy. To even get to triage can sometimes take 45 minutes or longer. You're going to have a long wait regardless of what we do. Even if there are no rooms, we're full of admitted patients. If you come in with trauma, if you come in with a heart attack, if on the way home you wreck your car, you still are not necessarily, can't be seen immediately. We do our best, but we are struggling. We have to do a lot of our care right now in the waiting room because there are no rooms to bring people back. I'm taking care of elderly people where we don't have a bed for them. I'm taking care of cancer patients that we can't get medications for them. And this is happening because right now COVID numbers are so high, the COVID patients are filling our beds both upstairs and in our emergency department. I'm here to ask you one thing. Do not make a decision about masks tonight. You cannot forecast the numbers of COVID in 2.5 weeks. You've got to see the numbers going down. This
This is a public health emergency. You need to be looking out for everyone
You
else.
can wrap up your comments, please.
Yes. Taking off masks in time for Valentine's Day party is my worst nightmare. There could be nothing worse. My kids wear masks. They're triple vaccinated. They can go to school. They can play sports. They are protecting their grandparents. They're protecting their nephews and their newborn niece. For 15 years, you've trusted me to take care of your families. I'm now asking you to protect mine and to protect my coworkers and to be safe and keep our emergency system afloat. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Harris will be followed by Richard Shell and then Isabella Boardwine.
Is it okay if he stands up here with me?
He is very welcome to stand up there. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the board, my name is Matt Harris, and with me is my son Connor. He's a 6th grader at Northside Middle School. I also have a daughter, Kenley. She's a 3rd grader at Glen Cove. First, I'd like to thank you for remaining open to the voices and opinions of those who elected you in your positions, but would also ask that each of you remember your platforms and promises that got you on this board to begin with. As parents, we each want what's best for our children and trust each of you to do the same. I would like to define the word majority. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary states it is the greater quantity or share or the group having the greater number of votes. After the decision of the August 12th, 2021 school board meeting to keep masks on our kids, I had a conversation with a current member of the school board as well as a candidate who close to that time frame had announced his decision to run for school board in the Catawba district, which is my district. My question to both of them was simple. What is your position on our children wearing masks in schools? Both stated it should be a parent's choice. It was then that I decided to support both of these candidates who now sit on this board. On November 2nd, 2021, the majority of Roanoke County citizens spoke loud and clear at the voting box. Some numbers to consider. Catawba district vote, 65% went to the winner, the majority. Hollins district vote, 52% went to the winner, the majority. Vinton district vote, 95% went to the winner, the majority. Windsor Hills district, 60% went to the winner, again, the majority. Masks, although they have just been labeled a piece of cloth, what's the big deal? It is a big deal in social development of our children. An article that I read in Psychology Today stated that it would be difficult, particularly for young children, while wearing masks, may impact processes important for emotional development, such as social referencing and emotional mimicry. In a world where we are losing the social development of face-to-face interactions with each other because of cell phones and social media, masks are adding yet another barrier to the development of our kids. Earlier this week, I had the opportunity to attend a varsity basketball game between 2 Roanoke County teams. This game was held in a Roanoke County school gymnasium. The majority of people in attendance, students, parents, players, were not wearing masks. When I say majority, I would say 95% of that gym was unmasked. I have a picture of one half of the gym that shows an almost at capacity gym with the overwhelming majority unmasked. The student section on both sides exhibited tremendous school spirit and were unmasked. These same students were just in class together earlier in the day and are being told for their safety that they must wear masks. Somehow, anyone who pays $5, comes to a basketball game, they're in the same school with the same peers, shoulder to shoulder, doesn't need to then worry about a mask. The same concept applies if you go to any indoor sporting event, concert, rodeo, etc., being held at any of the Roanoke area arenas. Masks are optional. In conclusion, members of the school board, I would ask you to consider that the minority that you are hearing from to keep masks on our kids did not vote for you to be sitting there. The majority, however, did. I respectfully ask that you honor your original goal and to make masks optionals for our children now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Richard Shell. Good evening.
How are you, gentlemen of the board? You all look quite bored. Actually, I guess that's why you call it a board meeting. Hi. I have an 8-year-old son at Green Valley, and I don't have a nice thing here. I'm here to comment and criticize. I've heard a lot of lies spoken from my fellow county people here based on science of this or who said that or whatever else. All I know is what happens to my child. And I've seen my son go from a very happy child with lots of social spunk and things to, kind of inattentive, and he doesn't really have the ability to notice his other classmates out in the wild, if you will, Kroger, or, out to dinner or whatever. He almost can't deter them from other people because of the masks. And I'm no specialist on any of that. I'm not going to fill you guys with a bunch of unneeded politics or religion. But I would urge you all to maintain your character, maintain the things that you all have gotten, or that have gotten you into these positions, and try not to look so bored when people yell at you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Shell. Isabella Boardwine, that will be followed by Lanny Belcher, and then Christy Worf. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Isabel Boardwine, and I'm a junior at Glenvar High School. I'm facing you all today as someone who peacefully kept to myself and walked into school Monday following the law and was asked to leave. 2 years ago, a freshman, we got a call, no school for 2 weeks. 2 weeks turned into the remainder of the school year. My friends that were seniors didn't get a prom, a spring sports season, or a real graduation. During the summer, school was a toss-up. August rolled around, our first day of school was moved back, and we were divided into groups. The other option was to go all online. I walked into my first day of sophomore year terrified of the unknown. We were instructed, socially distanced, 6 feet apart, and we could take our masks off. Then everything changed again. Masks could only come off if we were eating. And what did we do? We listened to Northam because he was our governor. Sports weren't even on the table. We had to protest outside of this building to let us play. When sports were allowed, it was limited to 25 spectators inside and 250 spectators outside. As a cheerleader, we weren't even recognized as athletes. Grades suffered tremendously. Teens suffered with anxiety and depression. Everyone can agree that last year, to say the least, was awful. My junior year, I thought it was going to be the first normal year, but it wasn't. We were all hopeful as masks were optional, and not even a week later, they were required once again. At the beginning of the year, teachers told us second 9 weeks would be different, but yet, here we are. This past Monday, I was pulled out of my dual pre-calculus class and sent to the principal's office for not wearing a mask. This is my dual enrollment class my parents paid for. This is my hardest class this year. Teachers preach about equal learning opportunities, but only make you feel equal if you agree with them. I am not a troublemaker. I am simply a student following the law and standing up for what I believe in. However, I felt bullied and defeated. Several of us were sent home for virtual learning. However, 4 students got suspended at Glenvar on Monday. I went back today. I waited to go back with some whose suspension was lifted early because it was only fair. We all did the same thing, yet some were treated differently. I remained true to myself because that's what matters to me. My actions on Monday were not done to be malicious or defiant. The reaction I received from the school, however, was disheartening. Sadly enough, this is my high school experience so far. I'm speaking not only for me, but for my peers. Let us go back to normal schooling. Let us remember good times. At the end of the day, you cannot please everyone. Sometimes there is no right or wrong. My right may be your wrong. One thing we can have is fairness, the right to choose. My body, my choice, right? Everything I've learned in the first 2.5 years of high school, what stands out the most to me is our world is very divided. Thank you.
Thank you. Lanny Belcher. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Pastor Lanny Belcher of Souders Chapel Baptist Church, and I am here tonight. There are a number of folks in this room that attend our church, a number of students in this room that attend our church, and I'm here on their behalf to show my support to them. Simply stated, when a student is pulled out of a classroom, sent to the principal's office, sent home for not wearing a mask, it's persecution. Let me say that again. When a student in class and the students that I'm representing here tonight are exemplary students, models. when an officer goes into a classroom, pulls them out in front of their peers, sends them to a principal's office for not wearing a mask, or suspended. Even worse, it's nothing other than persecution. And there's no other way to call it. There's no other definition for it. It's persecution. So, with that in mind, I would like to ask this board, if your child called you at home and said, I've just been pulled out of class, I've just been asked to go home, I've just been suspended, can you imagine the emotion that would stir in you? Can you imagine that? I was notified this week by some parents who were distraught, by some parents who were in distress, perplexed, troubled, sad. And I was left with the unenviable task to try and console and counsel these parents. What could I tell them? Being a pastor, I took them to Scripture. In 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 8, the Bible says that we are troubled on every side. Some people are being troubled. There are people troubling others. We're troubled on every side, yet not distressed. And this is the message I'd like to convey to these folks tonight. Troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. So I would simply conclude tonight by urging you to not persecute good, exemplary students. Don't persecute them. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Wharf will be followed by Greg Irby and then Susan Blandford. Good evening.
I was waiting for that, so my name is Christy Wharf, and I'd like to say good evening, Chairman, the rest of the board, and Dr. Nicely. Thank you for the ability to speak at tonight's meeting. I do want to say that my thoughts are my own and not those of Roanoke County Public Schools. I have come here tonight as a constituent in Benton, an educator at William Byrd Middle School, and a parent with 2 young boys at W.E. Cundiff. It was not easy to come here and speak my truth after being called out by name with the attempt of intimidation by one of the school board members. And at this time, I can already see that not all school board members are involved in the meeting. I will always stand up for what is right when it comes to my students feeling safe at school. First and foremost, I would like to speak about mitigation efforts within the school system. As a science teacher, one with a biology degree, I have been following the science even as it changes for the past 2 years. Many people do not realize that information changes as more research is done, causing a mistrust of information. We are used to seeing the final results once they have been released after years of research. At this time, especially with the infection rates being as high as they are, masking is still one of our best mitigation practices. Yes, we all know that masking is never going to be 100%, which is why we have other strategies in place like vaccines and social distancing. I would much rather have someone speak to me masked than unmasked, because we all know that one person that spits when they speak, Children are especially good with this trick. Many parents are also refusing to vaccinate their children due to misunderstanding of how vaccines and boosters work. Unvaccinated people are the ones clogging up the hospitals. Yes, I've heard, but I know 18 people who've been hospitalized or died from either the virus or the vaccine itself. Our numbers are posted for everyone to see, and it is clear that the vaccine actually helps those who actually get the virus. In essence, when you combine all of the efforts we are currently using, you see a decrease in the amount of absences at school. I'm vaccinated, had my booster, and wear a mask. Can I still get the virus? Sure. But the possibility of me ending up in the hospital and on a ventilator are low. I also understand those who are concerned regarding their child's mental health. I am one of those as well. My children are scared and anxious that they are going to get the big germ, as they call it. At 5 and 7, they do very well wearing their masks, and both are excited to get their shot to help keep the big germ away. Masking continues to be a fight, and I don't quite understand why. At this point, we should all realize that my mask keeps me from getting you sick, and your mask keeps everybody else from getting sick. What happened to caring for your fellow neighbors? Why are so many thinking of themselves and not what is kind for the world around them? Empathy and respect go a long way. I completely understand that you want some control over what is the right thing for your child. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have always had rules to follow in our schools. For instance, my youngest son hates wearing pants and prefers to run around in his underwear.
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
Yes, sir. I know that staff at W. Cundiff appreciate there's a dress code. I've been told that my time here speaking to you is wasted because you won't listen to those of us who have opposing views. I have more faith in the elected board, and I hope that you take the views of the educators in your schools, the parents with children in your schools, and the community members into consideration, even if they do not match with yours. We need to work together to keep Virginia schools ranked as high as we are now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Greg Irby will be followed by Susan Blandford and then Kathleen Price. Reverend Irby.
Thank you for this time. Let me first congratulate Mr. Hudson on his victory. Though I have lost the election, it's nights like this that I think I am truly the winner. I'm glad we live in a country where we enjoy the rights given to us by our Creator and have been guaranteed freedom of speech in our Constitution. On November the 2nd, a clear and a very strong message was sounded throughout the Commonwealth and in the Roanoke Valley. In case that message was missed or not heard or comprehended, people are fed up with what's going on by infringing on their rights as people and their rights as parents. To quote a former president, elections have consequences. I defended the board members that were serving on this board, as well as my opponent, leading up to the last election when a former board member thought it was his role to scrutinize and to criticize several of you. But the decision you've made to rescind the original motion regarding the mask mandate is indefensible. I know I'm not supposed to call names, but I'm going to. Mr. Greenway, Mr. Ray, Mr. Hudson, Mr. Linden, by refusing to comply to the executive order of our governor, you've ignored the election results. You've removed and rejected our parents' roles of raising their children and making choices for their children that they feel is best and appropriate. You have, in essence, said you know more than the parents. There's a verse in the Bible, and I know we've heard some Bible tonight, in Romans chapter 1. It speaks about people who profess themselves to be wise, but God says and declares them fools. You've proven how out of touch you are in serving our students and school staff. The decision you made to rescind the original motion have placed the principals and has placed the school staff in a difficult position in carrying out your rule while you carry on your everyday lives as normal. Your decision has put SROs in an awkward and possibly dangerous position, having to deal with students and parents who are complying with an executive order that you've chosen to ignore. The fact that some of you have been seen at school functions unmasked while requiring students to wear them shows how hypocritical some of you truly are. Though it's not justifiable, it's not surprising to see the disrespect and the disdain that many of our students have for those in authority today. You've been placed in your position by the people. You're to serve the people, not to be served by the people. You're to work for the people, not the other way around. The people pay you. They're not paid by you. You're to listen to the people instead of forcing people to listen to you. You're to represent the people, not run rogue and not be a renegade. Stop making up things as you go, moving the goal line by pulling some arbitrary date of compliance out of the air.
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
Elections do have consequences. Had you followed the governor's executive order, we wouldn't be here tonight. You could have had anyone that had concerns to call Richmond. It's time to lead and stop playing with promises. It's time to stop worrying about your political future, your career, while calculating your decisions. It's time to practice what you've preached. It's time to stop refusing parents their right to parent. Thank you.
Susan Blandford, Kathleen Price, and then Shelley Winterer. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Susan Blandford. I'm a longtime resident of Roanoke County, a former K-8 educator, and a mother of 3 children. There's been much discussion about science and common sense from this podium with little objectivity. I'd like to address that this evening. Science teaches us to question everything, consider all data, be critical thinkers. So as a parent concerned for the welfare of my children, I did some research and found many studies that reported the following. As of January 13th, 2022, there was a 20% increase in the number of child COVID cases since the beginning of the pandemic. Of those cases, though, only 0.01 to 1.5% required hospitalization, and 0.00 to 0.02% of those hospitalizations resulted in death. That means that approximately 99.98% of children who contracted COVID have recovered without the need for hospitalization, similar to that of flu in recent years. Studies from Iceland, Korea, Germany, UK, USA showed that children do not seem to be the drivers of COVID transmission. One study found that even if children get infected, they are less likely than adults to transmit the disease to others. Another study showed that masking children in schools did not appear to impact transmission. A 2018 study demonstrated that the majority of infectious viruses are found in fine aerosols. In June 2020, it was reported that the COVID virus was found in aerosols between 0.2 to 0.5 microns in size. Surgical masks were found to limit the emission of droplet sprays and aerosols larger than 5 microns. This means that the COVID virus is 10 times smaller than what a properly worn mask can stop. A study in the Copenhagen University Hospital found that 1.8% of those in masked groups and 2.1% of those in unmasked groups became infected with COVID. The 0.3 percentage differential here is statistically insignificant. Furthermore, a study reported last week showed that masks caused over a 350% surge in childhood speech delays. Masks are also showing an increase in adverse skin reactions such as acne and rashes, along with an increase in tooth decay and gum disease. One can conclude from the data that prolonged mask wearing potentially causes more harm to our children than doing them any type of good. We may not know for a decade how severely this virus and corresponding lockdown, masking, and mandates have damaged our society as a whole, and the most vulnerable among us, our children. According to the CDC, teenage emergency room victims for visits for suicide attempts have increased significantly during the pandemic, with a 50% rise in females. It is time to go back to a common sense approach. Wash our hands regularly. Stay home if we feel sick or have a fever. Have a healthy diet. Get plenty of exercise and fresh air, and allow parents to make informed decisions about the welfare of their children. If parents and students want to wear masks, then they should have that option. If parents and students do not want to wear masks, then they too should have the freedom to make that decision. It's time to look at the science objectively and apply common sense. It's time to end mask mandates in our schools.
Thank you. Kathleen Price. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Kathleen Price, and I have taught social studies in Roanoke County for 14 years. My family lives in the Cadaba district. My husband and stepsons are graduates of Glenver High School, and my daughter is in the 8th grade at Glenver Middle. One of the most honorable ways a citizen can contribute to their community is through public service. I appreciate your dedication to serving on our school board. As newly elected officials, some of you are quickly realizing public office is not for the faint of heart. Leadership requires humility, grace, integrity, and character. Leaders know when to ask for guidance, show empathy, and respect all stakeholders. Leaders do not misrepresent the findings of Brown University studies, limit the speech of those who disagree with them, demonize teachers and parents with differing points of view, or minimize the contributions of Rosa Parks. As candidates, some of you made grand promises during your campaigns and now want to implement change as soon as possible. Unfortunately, an ambitious motion earlier this month bordered on recklessness, a scorched earth approach with no regard for details such as legality or implementation logistics, resulting in chaos and concern for parents, teachers, students, and staff. Moving forward, you have several options when voting on issues. The delegate model strictly adheres to the opinions of constituents. The trustee model relies on the official's own conscience, and the political model combines the two approaches. Some constituents will argue their opinions are the only thing that matters. However, you are in the unique position of having access to resources the public does not. A direct line of communication with central office staff, the school district attorneys, the Virginia Department of Health, and the Virginia Department of Education. I implore you to listen to all of these area experts to make informed and deliberate decisions. Do not isolate yourself in echo chambers devoid of assorted perspectives and information sources. Willfully ignoring professional guidance to please a small portion of your constituency is reckless. Do not put feelings over safety. Ultimately, it is our students who will suffer. As you continue to do the hard work of leading our wonderful school district, please do so with thoughtfulness, kindness, and without hubris. Roanoke County students have their eyes on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Shelley Winterer will be followed by Katrina Hill and then Decca Knight. Good evening, Ms. Winterer.
My name is Shelley Winterer, teacher at Hidden Valley High School. I'm here to first express my thanks to the members of the board who decided to listen to the advice of legal counsel, follow the law, and trust the legal process as the governor suggested. We can disagree on when masking should end, but we should all be able to agree that the decision to do so should be made through legal and ethical procedures. In fact, to do otherwise would be an egregious violation of the school board code of conduct. I had planned to bring more of my own words to this meeting, but instead I will use the rest of my time reading those of my HVHS colleague, Laura Weaver. She had planned to come tonight herself, but unfortunately can no longer do so as she is now one of the many members of our community under quarantine awaiting COVID test results. I'll begin now. I'll begin by saying I love being a teacher. I love my school, I love my students, and I love the people I work alongside each day. I've never thought of being anything other than a teacher. So that leads me to why I'm here speaking to you this evening. Your educators are the foundation of the school system. We are the backbone, the framework, and whatever other metaphor you want to use to describe the weight that us educators carry day in and day out to keep the ship afloat. Over the course of the past 2 years, our educators have consistently faced pandemic-related challenges when it comes to teaching, but have consistently risen to the occasion to meet the needs of our students. Unfortunately, along the way, educators have also faced intense, divisive rhetoric and become targets in this unsettled time. This has led to our own great resignation, a mass exodus of teachers fleeing this profession. With no one to replace these teachers, the burden of filling their gaps has fallen on the teachers who still remain. To be clear, these are all just symptoms of a bigger disease, the disease of teachers feeling overwhelmed, demoralized, undervalued, and dispensable. So I'm here to ask you, when will we start having conversations about how to work together to remedy these issues, about compromise and tolerance on both sides, about really listening to each other and working towards a common goal? This does not mean we have to share the same beliefs or agree on all the issues, but until we can demonstrate civility and kindness to work towards a common cause, Roanoke County Schools will not achieve its full potential. In order to be a top-performing school district, we need a top-performing school board to lead us. We need a school board that will show up and fight for us educators, just as you fight for the students. So here I am, asking you to show up for us by making it evident that educators are a priority in this organization. Show up for us by inviting us into deep, authentic, and meaningful conversations. Show up for us by requesting our input and feedback to help craft best policy and procedures. Show up for us by recognizing our diverse beliefs and abilities to practice tolerance and compromise. Show up for us by recognizing that our differences do not define us, nor do they limit what we are capable of accomplishing together. Show up by lifting us up and praising us for the highly educated, hardworking professionals that we are. Your 2,000 plus educators in this district show up every day for our students, for our colleagues, and for our communities. So I ask you, how do you plan to show up for your Roanoke County educators?
If you
The
could
words
wrap
of
up your
Laura Weaver.
comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Katrina Hill. Decca Knight, and then Andrew Raymond. Good
How are
evening.
y'all doing?
Fine, thank you.
It's good to see you. Good evening. My name is Katrina Hill, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all as a parent of a child in Roanoke County Schools, but also as an educator and a member of the broader community. Thank you for your recent decision to follow the law and to protect all of the students, faculty, and staff in your care. I imagine for some of you, when you joined the school board, is with the intention of supporting schools behind the scenes. Thanks to our new governor's first day executive orders, you have been forced to bear the burden of a responsibility that belongs to him. I imagine the weight of worry has kept you awake at night, knowing that your decisions will have such a tremendous impact on the health of our valley. Thank you for shouldering that. Truly, our teachers, though, are facing the greatest burden. They are told to enforce mask wearing, but not too much, or a child may threaten assault. A teacher's job is to teach, not to babysit. They are professionals with a high level of training, especially in Virginia, and should be trusted to do the jobs that they're hired for. Acts like this create a further and deeper divide, setting up an antagonistic relationship between parents and teachers, when really we're all on the same side. At the last meeting, many people brought up mental health as a reason to get rid of masks. I don't think that anyone involved, parent, educator, admin, board member, is diminishing the importance of mental health. A recent Harvard study showed that the pandemic has clearly impacted the well-being of students. There's more parenting stress, more conflict at home, more mental health issues being reported, and it showed that these things are actually a result of educational instability. Children's behaviors were worse when they were in remote learning than compared to when they were in traditional classrooms. This educational instability reflected the uncertainty and chaos in the world. In young children, we see more temper tantrums, higher dysregulation. It's the same for teens and adults as well. When there is uncertainty in the world around us, we have a harder time regulating our emotions and our behavior. We are all quicker to negative reactions. For a few years, photos of tantruming toddlers have made rounds on the internet, #jerkparent, and I'm using the school board appropriate word there. Your kiddo asks for the blue cup, you give them the blue cup, and then they get upset because they really wanted the green cup. But we know it's not really about the cup, right? Your child is upset because they're tired or hungry or overstimulated. The cup is merely the symbol, the tangible thing that they can get mad at when their toddler-sized world feels uncertain. The masks are the cup. They're the tangible thing we can get mad at when our world continues to be uncertain, unstable, and chaotic. It's easier to get mad at wearing masks when what we really want is to get mad at all of this around us, but we can't fix that, so we try to change this. But removing masks greatly increases our risk for more educational instability, and that is what is contributing to the mental health crisis that our young people are facing. Even if you remove contact tracing so that you can pretend this doesn't exist, it does. Children and faculty will continue to get sick and they will miss school. We heard a lot about parent choice and voice in the last 6 months or so. As parents, we have the choice to set the tone for our children. We can model for them what it's like to regulate our behavior, to express feelings in productive ways. We have the choice to teach them to care about others. I ask the board to focus on educational stability. I'm hopeful that you all want schools to work effectively, and the number one way that we can do that is by keeping them open and functioning. And until this community transmission rates are lower, we should continue with this layer of protection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andrew Raymond will be followed by Sierra Nicely, and then Adelie Harvey.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak, Chairman Linden, Dr. Nicely, and members of the board. My name is Decca Knight. I addressed you last week, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you again. I'm a parent of a Roanoke County school student, a licensed professional counselor and school counselor, and I didn't tell you this last week, but I'm also a cancer survivor who understands more than most the risk of a compromised immune system, because I live with one every day. Every day, as do my fellow cancer patients. We live in fear every day. As a mental health professional, the safety of staff, students, and their families are also of grave concern for me. Last week, I mentioned the mental health impact that COVID has had on our youth, as reported in the U.S. Surgeon General's report entitled Protecting Youth Mental Health. I want to reiterate that impact has been shown to be the result of social isolation, discontinuous learning, familial stress from loss of employment and economic hardship, loss of ceremonial activities such as school dances, loss of family members due to COVID, and other societal factors due to COVID. The research doesn't show that it comes from masking. Part of securing the safety of our staff, students, and community is reducing the likelihood of a coronavirus outbreak. A study released in September of 2021 by the CDC analyzed 2 studies of overall child COVID infections in 520 counties with different school masking policies. The study found that schools that required all students and staff on campus to wear masks, regardless of vaccination status, were 3.5 times less likely to have a coronavirus outbreak by mid-September than schools that didn't implement masking after controlling for other factors. During a live broadcast on Tuesday, January 25th, Dr. Morrow from the Virginia Department of Health stated that the school districts who are making masks optional will have more students who have to quarantine. She stated that students who are 3 to 6 feet apart and both wearing masks do not need to quarantine if exposed. In addition, Dr. Nancy Agee, CEO of Carillion, stated this week that her healthcare workers are exhausted and they have more patients with COVID currently in the hospital than during any other time during the pandemic. An additional concern that I have is that our students will still be required by federal law to wear masks while riding the school bus. Undoubtedly, parents who do not want to mask their children will not send them to school with masks, and therefore bus drivers will have to navigate this complicated dynamic twice a day. I have so much respect for bus drivers. Their jobs are very complicated, and adding in this difficult component will make it even more so. Those who are against masking because of perceived social, emotional, and psychological impact may not comprehend that what they are fighting against keeps their kids in school. It keeps their kids from quarantining at home, which is the factor that impacts mental health and learning the most. We all want our kids in school, and of course none of us want to wear masks forever. I don't. Sometimes we just have to do things that make us uncomfortable temporarily so that we can have sustained gains in the long run. Members of the school board, please continue to keep the safety of our community at the forefront of your vision for a robust school system. Listen to the advice of experts at the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and our local Virginia Health Department. Listen to the experts. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Andrew Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Board. First of all, I want to thank the majority of the board members for, maintaining eye contact with the speakers. The majority, not everyone, but the majority of the board members. Number two, I really liked the speech the young man gave about Patrick Henry and how he compared wearing a mask to being like slavery. He's a good orator, but I will remind people that Patrick Henry, when he died, he owned 67 human beings. And finally, I just wanted to talk about the work meeting you had where you called the motion and there was no public comment involved and whatnot. And I'm glad that you went back on that vote and decided to, you decided to do the right thing. However, I mean, that meeting to me, when I watched it on TV, it didn't seem so much like a board meeting, but it seemed like a Soviet Politburo, seriously. And I was very disappointed in the board, and I'm glad that there were 2 members on the board who decided not to go along with that motion. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Sierra Nicely. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Sierra Nicely, a product of Roanoke County Schools and now a parent at W.E. Cundiff. As a community, we need to start making rational decisions for our children that are based on facts and not fear. This virus is here. It's not leaving. And as a country, state, and school district, we have come a long way in learning to live with it. So let's find the courage to continue this and give parents back their choices for their children. Coddling those who are afraid to enter spaces with unmasked individuals isn't helping them, it's hurting them. The rest of the state is not operating that way, just our schools. Masks are a choice in non-medical public spaces, everywhere else you go in this state and in 36 others. This is not a new or experimental idea to make masks optional. 36 states, that's over 70% of the country, is mask optional in schools, and they have been since August of 2021. Some even longer than that. Their numbers are comparable to ours, which leads to the argument we all know: these masks are not making a difference. I hear you when you tell us the goal is to be mask optional by 2/14, but I have sat idly by and let a select group show up to this school board meeting and bully you into compromise. You have told us compromise is not a dirty word, an idea that most agree with. However, a compromise indicates that both sides are willing to give something. When only one side is compromising, that's just conceding. My intention is to remind you that the vast majority of Roanoke County wants to be mask optional. I know that because the majority of you campaigned on that and are respectfully sitting in these seats because of it. We are told as a society over and over, follow the science, so let's do that. Seemingly everyone's favorite resource is the CDC, so we will start there. The CDC tells us cloth masks are no longer considered effective and now recommends N95 and KN95 respirators to ensure protection. I looked to the Mayo Clinic to explain how these respirators work. Mayo Clinic explains that these respirators restrict both small and large particles when the wearer inhales. This knowledge nullifies the idea that our children have to wear a mask to protect others. If you are uncomfortable sharing air or having your students share air, please wear your N95 or KN95 masks. I urge you to do whatever makes you and your child the most comfortable and ask the same respect in return. In closing, I ask that you vote to uphold Governor Youngkin's orders on or before 2/14. You say you will do this, but your words feel cheap as you address us, mask-free, with the audacity to tell our children to mask for 30 hours a week. Why are you willing to demand a compromise from our children that you are unwilling to uphold yourself? If you are going to cherry-pick rules, please make sure there is not a hole in your bucket. Thank you.
Adelie Harvey will be followed by Adam Harvey. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Adelie Harvey. I'm a student at Glenver Middle School. Both my little brother and I need glasses. No matter how I put on my glasses with a mask, they always fog up. We even got a special mask with a lip that folds up for the glasses, but it didn't help. Because I'm a good student, my teachers always put me at the back of the class. If I wear my glasses, they fog up and I can't see. If I don't wear them, I still can't see. So please end the mask mandate so I can see and breathe again. Please listen to the children tonight because they are the ones your decision will affect. They are the ones that are slowly suffocating. And no, my parents did not tell me to say this or write it for me. I wrote it by myself because I have a voice and I am ready to be heard. I will not sit back and watch my rights be taken away from me without a fight. The mask mandate needs to end tonight, not on the 14th. Thank you for listening. Good night.
Thank you. Adam Harvey will be followed by Kaluna Harvey and then Chris Smith. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Adam Harvey. I am a student from Glenver High School. I come to you today to stand up for my freedoms, my fellow students' freedoms, and everyone's freedoms. I come to fight against hypocrisy and tyranny. We are fighting a war on our health. We are fighting against big pharmaceutical industries that put profit and control over human lives, children's lives. First, Fauci and the pharmaceutical tyrants said masks don't work. They then told us to all cover our faces and protect our neighbor. Now they say again that masks don't work, yet all these sheep still wear their bed sheets. The VDH released an article with guidance on COVID prevention in Virginia schools. Begin quote, "The benefits of wearing a mask may include reducing transmission of the virus, but with limitations. Masks made of plain cloth or that are soiled or poorly fitted, and masks that are not worn properly provide reduced to no benefit. Mask wearing may cause discomfort, skin irritation, anxieties, and otherwise impact a child's emotional state. Children may have difficulty communicating, perceiving emotion, and making social connections," end quote. The number one job of a parent is to protect their kids. I think that parents can do a simple risk-reward analysis for the benefits and permanent damage that masking will do to their children. I tell you something I don't know how you haven't heard. Statistically, children are at 0% chance of death from COVID. All these risks outweigh the benefits for children. Where there is risk, there needs to be choice. The VDH also said, begin quote, "During the Omicron outbreak, regions with restrictive masking policies and practices have shown similar rates of transmission as regions with less restrictive masking policies," end quote. So what has this all been for? I tell you it's for government and pharmaceutical control over the people. Do you want to know how the few control the many? It is only through fear. Until we fight against the few, they will control us forever. The use of mandates, masks, and vaccine requirements, and the welfare of humanity is the alibi of tyrants. They will use saying they care and are doing this to help the common good, but once we give the tyrants the power of requiring masks, they will abuse this power to the maximum extent. They will never give up the power we have given them until we fight for it. No bad policy or tyranny was ever changed by complying. Kids are living their lives. We are going out on the weekend and hanging out with friends, all maskless. The only place kids are forced to wear masks are in schools. It is time to stop. Here you determine which side of history you stand on, with authoritarian control or personal liberty.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Kaylana Harvey.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Kaylana Harvey. I'm the mother of 6 children, 2 graduates of Glenver High School, and my 3 school-age children are in the Glenver and Fort Lewis schools. And I'm here tonight to express how disgusted I am of what has happened this week in our schools and what's taken effect since our schools this week. It's shameful. I've seen good students, straight-A students, trying to just follow the law, and the lack of the action of this school board has pitted our children against their administrators. Why should these children think that they were just trying to follow the law, and it's created their hostile learning environments? They were segregated their peers, subject to ridicule by their administrators, and suspended because of their desire to have this executive order honored. And why should they question if it would be honored or not? When last year, this school board voted to make masks optional, and the very next week when the governor issued his proclamation, they were required to go back and have those masks. It was followed, yet this one is not. That is pure hypocrisy. I know some on this board have the date of February 14th set in their minds, and they feel it's reasonable to grant that we'll grant us our rights then. But we have already been given those rights by the governor, and holding them back in compromise is not a compromise at all. Waiting to give the opposed time to get used to this idea, as one board member has suggested, is like asking a prisoner who has had their conviction pardoned, saying, give him a few more weeks. There are people who won't be used to the idea that you will be free. It's not reasonable to think that those against choice need a time of compassion to adjust and know it's happening. Our children were not given a time of compassion when they were asked to don these masks. The choice on timing has already been made. Not allowing parents to opt out of mask mandates today is a violation of the Parental Rights Act, in addition to violating the executive order too. I would like to offer a simple solution which complies with SB 1303, the Parental Rights Act, and Executive Order Number 2. I ask that tonight there be a vote on a motion to uphold all three, which simply states, effective immediately, the Roanoke County School Board follows CDC guidance and recommends the use of masks in schools, period. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Chris Smith will be followed by Eva Brown and then Chad Brown. Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Thank you for your time. My name's Chris Smith. I'm a father of five, 4 current students in Roanoke County and 1 future student. Thank you for acknowledging my right to speak this evening. According to the CDC, the death rate of school-aged children since the start of the 2020 school year in this country is 0.0007%. As of tonight, it's 603 kids out of 73 million. Contextually, just last year, the total number of deaths for children aged 1 to 14 was 9,152. Leading causes of those deaths were accidents, cancer, congenital malformation, homicide, and suicide. After accidental death at number 1, the number 2 cause of death for children aged 10 to 14 in this country is suicide. As school board members, I'm sure you've all done that math in your head already, but those causes of death are 30 times greater than that of COVID, yet we don't wrap our kids up in bubble wrap each day in response. When it comes to the efficacy of masks worn by children, there is an increasing amount of data that supports the position advocated by many of us here tonight. An article published last Wednesday in The Atlantic, not exactly a bastion of conservative journalism, cites a study from Brown University that found no correlation between student cases and mask mandates. There are countless studies out there, however, that reveal a litany of unintended consequences masks have upon children. Even the Washington Post this week, again, not exactly a bastion of conservative journalism, stated this week, the old mantra of your mask protects me and my mask protects you is simply untrue. We've heard that in this room tonight, haven't we? According to Tufts Medical Center epidemiologists, Harvard Medical School professors, and Boston Medical Center infectious disease management directors, schools can finally and safely make masks optional for students and staff. It's very clear that this board is not making decisions regarding masks based on science. Science is showing every day that they do not stop the spread. We expect you to follow the law. When we voiced our concerns regarding our previous governor's executive orders, we were told your hands are tied, that there's nothing that you can do. I am appalled to learn there is a member of law enforcement on this board. My wife and I teach our kids to respect law enforcement, to trust law enforcement, and to call on law enforcement if they are ever in danger. And yet here you sit, actively engaged in defying the law of the state of Virginia. When I called a different current member of this board last summer about the previous governor's bathroom rules and his executive order banning children from being segregated on overnight field trips based on sex, how damn stupid is that? I was told your hands are tied. I was told this by the same board member. The same board member also told me that they felt the way that I do, suspected the rest of this board felt the way that I do, but simply can't afford to sue the governor, like you can afford the lawsuits headed your way now. This current member of the board even had the gall to tell me, this is why voting is important. Under a new administration, things might change. In closing, let me just say I'd like to be at home right now with my wife and 5 kids and not here explaining things to you folks that even our youngest children understand. But based on the spinelessness displayed by this board on the mask issue, I suspect I'll be back here soon, explaining how boys are boys, girls are girls, and all the other liberal nonsense that you're too afraid to take on. Do your damn jobs.
Eva Brown, followed by Chad Brown and then Karen Looney.
Good evening, I'm Eva Brown. I'm back. I'm going to cover 3 different categories that go against the mask mandate. Number 1, personal experience. I think I've opened myself up enough. All I'm going to say is there's nothing worse being told by adults, including teachers, you're making this up and masks aren't your problem. The students know what they are going through, as expressed tonight, and my previous speeches cover this. Number 2, facts and science. This information is the stack I gave y'all last week. In Virginia, 0.07% of children have been hospitalized with COVID since March 2020. There are plenty of examples of false numbers, such as when a Supreme Court justice claimed more than 100,000 children had been hospitalized by COVID and many were on ventilators. That was incorrect. It was 3,342, and Fauci admitted even with this number it was inflated due to children going in for something else, such as a broken leg and testing positive for COVID, counting as a COVID hospitalization. A New York health official admitted increasing pediatric admissions to motivate parents to vaccinate kids. I'd just like to say I am praying for all the people who are suffering from COVID. My family has been affected by COVID, so I understand. Many health officials have confirmed cloth masks don't work. Cases have been on the rise, and that is with students wearing masks, which supports this, as many adults pointed out. COVID regulations, such as face masks, are blamed for 23% dive in young children's development. And in the senator's word who sponsored SB 1303, this bill is being used against our children against its intent. The bill does not mandate the use of masks because the CDC does not mandate masks. It's simply recommended. As many European countries are lifting mandates after seeing the regulations aren't effective. Number 3, hypocrisy. Students will be kicked out of school for not wearing their mask, but many political officials who want to muzzle children are living their lives normally. Rules for thee, but not for me. Packed football games and concerts are still happening. People are still going on crowd vacations, while at the same time criticize those who want to lift the mask mandate. There's just as much hypocrisy within Roanoke County policies, such as when the school board claimed their hands were tied when Northam made his executive order. But when Youngkin makes his, the board has no problem going against that. We can pile in at basketball games, but limit the number of guests, like grandparents, for band and choir concerts? Does this make sense to you? What difference is there if you're in a classroom or wrestling on a mat or wearing a hole in a mask for band? Why are you picking and choosing? Children's health includes mental health. I believe masks are being used as a tool. I'm not asking for them to be taken away just to make them optional. Feel free to wear yours. I don't care. You have the power to end this tonight. The majority and the students want you to end this tonight. The last time I was told it's just 2 weeks was 2 years ago. I'm graduating next year. Some of us don't have 2 more years of our childhood to give you. Do you really believe in masks that much? Please end this tonight. Please consider my words. And thank you for your time. I am presenting an article that goes more into detail about the SB 1303 and how that is being abused.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Chad Brown will be followed by Karen Looney and then Margaret Brown. Good evening, Mr. Brown.
Good evening. My name is Chad Brown. First, I want to express how immensely proud I am of my daughter and the courage that she's demonstrated in speaking in front of this group. The reason that I have chosen to speak out is because she has inspired me, and I am not going to sit back silently and let my daughter take all of the arrows. I'm not going to lie to my children either, and I'm not going to hide my face while they're suffering. All of you young people here today, you're very brave. Chairman Linden, you made the observation last week that 40,000 school days were lost due to the 6,500 students that were forced to quarantine unnecessarily. Each day you delay a just decision is another day 13,240 Roanoke County students are being denied their rights and their dignity. Over the last 17 months, we have now aggregated 3.4 million individual student school days of forced masking. Do we have any reason to believe masking has served as a material effective mitigation strategy, enough to justify the burden we've placed on our children? There are scientists and studies on both sides of this issue, but not all science is created equally. We have to look at methodology. 11 of the 14 randomized controlled trials on masking suggest that masks are either useless or actually counterproductive. Another study involved COVID-positive hospital patients coughing in close proximity to a petri dish in 3 scenarios: without a mask, with a cloth mask, and with a surgical mask. COVID was transmitted in all cases and also present on the surface of the mask. An experiment involving breathing into a surgical mask showed that oxygen levels dropped below the 19.5% OSHA-designated level of safety. Neurologists have commented that prolonged oxygen deprivation could lead to negative long-term effects in the brain. Dentists have coined the term mask mouth and have warned that prolonged use can cause serious health consequences, including strokes as well as cavities and gum disease. A New England Journal of Medicine publication stated, "We know that wearing masks outside healthcare facilities offers little, if any, protection from infection." The article later concluded, masks serve symbolic roles. Masks are not only tools, they are also talismans. In other words, a way to propagate fear and compliance. I've emailed you links to these studies and several more. There is no medical, scientific, or constitutional basis for mask mandates. My sincere expectation is that lifting the mask mandates in school will have zero impact on the number of cases. I know that many families are terrified of getting sick, and my heart goes out to you. We should make accommodations for the vulnerable. But this obsession with masking every child is a neurosis, and I reject it. I'm asking you to respect my authority as a parent and to comply with the executive order of our duly elected governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Karen Looney.
Good evening. Thank you all for letting me speak tonight. I'm here to respectfully request that you consider the implications of your actions of rescinding mask mandates. This is more than just a difference of opinion and beliefs. I do respect that people feel they should have the right to choose. But this is more than just the difference of opinion. This is someone's life we're talking about. 10 of my students in class could get COVID. 9 of them could recover and be just fine. One of those students could end up in the hospital, on a ventilator, or possibly die. I'm not sure how you can reconcile your conscience with that. I know that masks aren't a guarantee that you won't get sick, but they are a tool to help protect each other. I personally cannot handle the thought that my decisions cost a child, one of my students, their life. What parents do outside of the school setting is their choice, and they'll have to deal with their consequences themselves. But when you're putting an average of 20 students in a 29-foot by 29-foot room for 6 hours a day with doors and windows closed for security measures, there needs to be more scrutiny in what is considered safe for every student in that room. In addition, if we're concerned about student progress and a sense of normalcy for students, being able to keep the teachers in the classroom is imperative. We know from experience that students learn and retain information higher at rates when they are at school in person. The other crucial piece of this recipe is that the regular classroom teacher is also present. The teacher's health needs to be protected. Even with the most competent substitutes that we do have in our school systems, the daily class procedures, the knowledge of the students' personalities, the knowledge of their abilities, and what we do every day to meet their needs cannot be duplicated by a substitute who comes in a room who has no knowledge of these students and what things they're already facing against. I, like many of my colleagues, will be happy when the day comes when I can take my mask off and feel comfortable being in my classroom without my mask. But all we ask is that you think carefully over this matter and what is right for the overall health and safety of all the students, staff, and workers in the buildings. Have some other things here I've just made notes of. I have a son who is a graduate of a Roanoke County school. He is now doing well. He has now moved out of state, but he calls me daily concerned about what's going to happen to my health and his father's health, who are both teachers in the school system. He worries about me daily if something happens that we don't have these protections. And as far as studies, I don't have any double-blind studies. I don't have any medical degrees. I have nothing else to support this except my personal experience. My personal experience is my students wear their masks. Yeah, they have them on. We have to go, yep, cover your nose up, no big deal. They do it, they don't argue. We wash our hands before we eat. We wash our hands after we eat. I've had 3 students in my room that have had to quarantine for possible COVIDs. All 3 were not because of my classroom. They were because of outside exposures where other people were making their decisions, not me. So,
You can wrap up your comments, please.
with that said, just keep in mind, everybody's concerned about health. I want everybody to have a choice. But Just take care of the teachers and the staff and all of those that are there to take care of everyone's children, regardless of their personal beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Looney. Margaret Brown will be followed by Virginia Powell and then Josh Richards. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the board. My name is Megan Brown, and I'm the parent of a first grader and third grader in Roanoke County. My girls attend Oak Grove Elementary School, and I can't say enough about the exceptional teachers and administration at our school. I want to extend my thanks and gratitude to the board for its service to our students and our community. In addition to being a parent, I'm an attorney and a registered nurse. Although I no longer practice clinically as an RN, I still work in healthcare as an attorney. My comments tonight represent my own opinions and not those of my employer. I'm not here to share my legal opinions with you. You have your own legal counsel. I'm here to share my perspective as a parent, as a single parent, and as a healthcare professional. I have serious concerns regarding the proposed elimination of a mask requirement in Roanoke County Public Schools. Aside from the basic health and safety concerns posed by eliminating the CDC recommended mitigation measure, including the currently unknown risk of long COVID, even in children who have only had mild or even asymptomatic cases of COVID, I have serious concerns about the potential economic and sociological effects of the proposed change on our community. As a single parent, I have real concern for the likely disproportionate adverse effects of the board's pending decision on children of single working parents. This includes the increased disproportionate effects on children of single minority parents. I myself am clearly not in a racial minority, nor am I in an ethnic minority, and I'm speaking to you from a position of privilege. That said, as a single parent and a single working parent, I've experienced firsthand the severe hardship posed by my children being out of school due to potential exposure to COVID and not having backup childcare. For me, over the past 2 years, this has meant recurrently not being able to do my job when my children are out of school. However, I am fortunate enough that I have a job with benefits, including paid time off and sick time. I am fortunate enough that my own children have a grandparent who can provide backup childcare most of the time. But as we know, many or even most single parents are not so fortunate. For single parents who work hourly jobs or jobs without benefits, COVID-related quarantines, classroom closures, school closures, and simultaneous lack of childcare means they simply cannot earn the money they need to feed their families and pay their bills. For single parents faced with that situation, some will undoubtedly go to work and leave their young children alone, home alone, just so they can pay their bills and feed and house their children. For those kids, in addition to being left home alone in potentially unsafe circumstances, and these include young elementary-age children,
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
they'll have no assistance with virtual schooling during those times. And as we know, this intersection of circumstances disproportionately affects minority children and parents who are members of our community. Since I'm out of time, I just want to ask the board, as a parent and a professional, a healthcare professional, to please consider the consequences of your actions on all members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia Powell will be followed by Josh Richards and then John McPhail. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Virginia Powell. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm I'm a parent of a Roanoke County student, and I'm also a physician. I have a master's degree in public health from Johns Hopkins and my medical degree from University of Maryland. I have training in general pediatrics and critical care medicine, in areas that I've worked in for the last 25 years. With our community's growing controversy over mask wearing in school, I went to the scientific literature in search of evidence for and against phrasing the search in a variety of ways. I also looked at to my medical specialty organization, the American Academy of Pediatrics, to review their statements about masking in general and in schools specifically. In the scientific literature review that I did, I found several recent studies of variable sizes and strength, but all with the same conclusion, that masking makes a difference. Some showed bigger differences than others. I found none that said it did not help. Masking decreases the spread of COVID, but more importantly, when everyone is masking, it's much better than when just a few are masking. The statements from the American Academy of Pediatrics not only endorse universal masking in schools, but the Virginia chapter specifically addressed Governor Youngkin's recent claims supporting his order to discontinue mandated masking. Governor Youngkin claims that masking does not demonstrate health benefits and that masking causes harm to school children. These claims, and I am quoting directly from the Virginia American Academy of Pediatrics, are unsubstantiated by the science and frankly are not true. The AAP statement goes on further to say that as pediatricians, we need to stand up for children and share the truth about the science behind masks and how they safely protect our children. I know the numbers of children with serious disease and death from COVID are lower than adults, but that's true across all diseases. For the most part, kids are fairly healthy and death rates are low when compared to the adults. However, children don't live in isolation. They live with parents, grandparents, and other adults that are at risk of catching much more serious disease from COVID if children were to contract that. Persons with asymptomatic COVID are just as infectious as those with obvious severe symptoms. This means feeling well is no guarantee that they're not contagious. In addition, while hospitalized numbers for children are less than adults, they are still significant and include multi-system inflammatory COVID, which is a post-infectious inflammatory condition unique to pediatric patients that have had recent COVID infections. MIS-C causes, among other symptoms, cardiac and kidney illness. Even here in Roanoke, we have had multiple cases of serious COVID hospitalized in our pediatric intensive care unit and MIS-C. Children are leaving the hospital still on oxygen and on cardiac medications that you associate with what your grandmother's taking. We do not know if these children will have a full recovery or if they have a lifetime of chronic health issues. It's just too soon for any of us to be able to know that. The Roanoke Times has had several articles in the past 2 weeks about how full our local hospitals are and how difficult it is to find appropriate inpatient beds for sick patients.
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
I can attest to the fact that this includes pediatric patients. It's very unsettling to get a desperate call from a community emergency room physician asking for a pediatric ICU bed and have to tell them that we're full and unable to accept their patient. We hope that time soon that the community will have low enough levels that we can safely get rid of masking. But most importantly now, masking is important. It is a low-risk, high-impact way for each of us to do our part in stopping the spread. At this time, arguing against a school mask mandate goes against good science.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Josh Richards.
Thank you very much for the time. I want to thank the board members. I want to thank Roanoke County Public Schools in general. I think they've done exemplary work over the last 2 years. They've done what some other school districts could not or would not do, and they need to be applauded for that. And I also want to thank the parents here or speakers in general who I might disagree with. I think we're all coming from a good place, most of us, which is the welfare of our children. So I think one of the most hopeful things that has emerged over the last 2 years is what seems to be a fact at present is that children do not seem to be significantly impacted health-wise by COVID-19. There's a lot of data that bears that out. But I think one of the most important stats that I've seen is I believe it was 0.01% mortality rate. And I think that's very promising. We want it to be zero, but we're not quite there. But it's still a promising start. We also know that masks, or we're seeing more data saying that masks, specifically cloth masks, are not very effective. But you don't really need to see data to see that borne out either. If you've seen a mask worn by an elementary school kid, it looks like it's been through a war zone, and it looks like it doesn't protect anybody from much of anything. My son is 6 years old. He's in the school system, and I love him to death. But yes, that's the case for him as well. Well, actually, let me back up a little bit. I've heard the solution that kids should wear an N95 mask or double mask. And I say for any adult that proposes that for a child to wear one of those masks or two masks for 5 days a week, 7 hours a day, I say you first, and then let us know how it goes. And finally, Dr. Anthony Fauci told the country about 2 weeks ago that eventually Omicron is going to reach every single one of us, okay, regardless of vaccination status. So to sum it up, we're attempting to protect our kids from a virus that doesn't significantly impact their health. It's a virus that every one of us are eventually going to get at some point, and we're using flimsy masks as the vanguard of that fight. That doesn't make sense to me. My son started school in 2021 in kindergarten, so the only school experience he knows is one where he doesn't see his teachers' faces and he doesn't see the faces of his peers. That's wrong. It's time to stop. Time's up. Let parents have their choice back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. John McPhail will be followed by Tim Pinion and then Ashley Price. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I would like to say to the that people need to read Code of Virginia 22.1, Chapter 7. When my friend and colleague that's on the school board was addressed about his general powers and duties of the school board, there's a separation in his job and what his powers and duties on the school board are. So if people read that, they will understand there is a difference. I was in local law enforcement for Roanoke County for 27 years and just retired. My children went to the Roanoke County schools. I coached at William Byrd High School, and I've been around teachers for most of my life. After I retired, I decided I was going to substitute 4 days a week. And I've done that every day in Roanoke County since because of the shortage. Listening to this issue now that has become a parental rights issue does not sound genuine. After all, couldn't you then say it's a parent's right not to put their child in a car seat or make them wear a seatbelt? Shouldn't parents instead be concerned with helping their child receive a good education with their resources they need in a safe and secure building, taught by competent and loving teachers? If this is about parental rights, where do the parental rights end? Should we disregard the dress code or the policy on using cell phones in the classroom? Do teachers have the right to tell your child not to run in the hallways or use any language they choose? Perhaps they would like a TikTok break built into the day. On a more serious note, what about the rights of parents who do not want their children in an environment where all the mitigation efforts are not being used? What about the rights of the parents who do not want their children sharing a space with those that are unmasked? In the last board meeting, I listened and I heard speakers use the word the silent majority. In fact, it is the teachers we are trying to silence with this proposed policy of parent choice. After all, most teachers want to keep the mask policy to protect themselves, their students, their loved ones, and their communities safe. I've not met a teacher yet who does not care for all students and love them as their own. If one of their students died of COVID, it would be devastating. These same teachers would risk their lives for your children. We have seen this scenario play out in the devastating school shootings that have occurred all over our country over the last years. These same teachers spend their own money providing materials for the classroom. They lay awake at night worried about your children. They do this because they have a love for their students. They will continue to do so because teaching is their calling. In a time when we already face shortages in a teaching field, how can we expect them to take one more blow? The pay is low, the hours are long, and now we are further jeopardizing their safety. When looking for a place to work, they will seek out districts who have shown that their teachers are protected and valued, not criticized, demeaned, and called sheep, like some have chosen to do in this room. Not addressing you, but speakers at the podium. Don't you need to take our teachers into consideration? Do they have the right to be protected and protect their families as well? Don't take that from them. I thank you for your time and good luck in your decision.
Thank you, sir. Tim Pinion. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tim Pinion, and I would like to address something right off the bat. This idea that we all have to be masked to protect each other. So my son has a genetic disorder, and he had to go through a transplant a few years ago. In 2018, he was masked every day at school, never got sick once. Every single other kid in that school, in his class was not masked. Okay, so that idea is ridiculous. Regarding Bill 1303, the CDC's guidance, I'd like to point out that the school board does not follow that today. According to that guidance, over a 33% positivity, wrestling shouldn't happen, but it happened in this county. All the buses should be riding with their windows cracked. School classrooms' windows should be down. And in 30-degree weather, I don't think that's a great idea, but apparently a bureaucrat in D.C. thinks it's a great idea. If we have the ability as a school board to ignore such insanity on those items, we should be able to ignore the recommended masking as well. I'd also like to remind the board how the CDC got to that point. Before the school year, they had an exemption in the guidance for vaccinated kids. Then, the American Academy of Pediatrics, that so many people keep talking about, put out a guidance saying that all kids, regardless of vaccination mandate, vaccination status, should be masked. But on their website, with that guidance, it states in their references a study from Norway that says use of face masks is not recommended for schools in Norway because Norway is following the science. CDC's own study from last May states the following. The 21% lower incidence in schools that required masks among students was not statistically significant compared to schools where mask use was optional. The study also states that masking the staff helped bring the numbers and measurements down. But all of their measurements was always done with another mitigation, whether it was HEPA filters or windows being open and so on and so forth. The CDC's guidance on recommending masking was never made because of the science. It was done for political reasons, pure and simple. Just to recap, if this Roanoke County School Board can cherry pick that guidance today, you can cherry pick that guidance on this mask mandate. And you should do so and get rid of it tonight. I also would like to point out, it is not my job as a parent to tell another parent that they can't mask their kids. It's also not their job to tell me that I can't mask mine. Thank you all very much. I appreciate the situation that you're in and you're trying to navigate it, but this needs to go away now. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Ashley Price will be followed by Mike Lawton and then Kelly Lawton.
How y'all doing?
Good evening. Fine,
Long
thank you.
night. You guys okay?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Roanoke County School Board, Dr. Nicely, thank you all for allowing us to continue to speak, and we really appreciate it. I'd first like to take the time to thank you all for serving on the school board, making decisions that directly impact close to 14,000 children, along with teachers and other staff. It's a big responsibility. I know that decisions you carry, they have a lot of weight on your shoulders, so thank you for that. I'd also like to thank those that have agreed to extend masking in schools for the time being. In the meanwhile, I hope the board is working with the necessary people to create a more sustainable plan on handling COVID in our community. To those who grew up here, this isn't the type of community we are. We don't argue. We don't do these things. I've been proud to be from a place where neighbors look out for one another. I'm at a point where I'm not sure if masks are really the root of our issue. I question if the severity of this virus at hand is truly taken seriously. I'm not sure if everyone has experienced the burden of fighting for your loved one's life, fighting for your life, struggling financially due to your mounting medical bills, or even dealing with long COVID. These are real issues that some of your people are facing right now. I can say with certainty that most people have an opinion on this matter, and we share two common thoughts. None of us like masks, and we would do anything to ensure that our kids are able to attend in-person learning as safe as possible. I agree, masks aren't comfortable. Members of my family, including myself, we suffer from breathing issues and autoimmune issues. From a speech and sensory issue perspective, it makes therapy challenging. I've seen that firsthand. There's nothing about masks or this virus that is normal. I can see where people are still absorbing the magnitude of this entire situation. Look at our dress code. It's not the same, but just think about that. We accept it because it's considered as our social norm. Do all households agree with it? Absolutely not, but we do, and we go with what we know. Masks are new in our lives. Like with any change, there will come hesitancy, but we look to our professionals to guide us. That leads me to our healthcare professionals. They're begging us for help. Why are we listening to them for any other ailment that we encounter in our lives, but we can't hear? I recently had a lot of conversations with nurses, doctors, and hospice workers. I cried with a lot of them. I felt their heartache and exhaustion. I felt their heartache and their exhaustion and their tears. An ICU nurse actually apologized to me once for not being able to give me as many updates that I'd like. Her words were, "They're too busy saving lives. They just don't have enough time." There was no ill intent. It was the God's honest truth. Where's our compassion when the very people who gain nothing are on the front lines begging us for our help? Why aren't we listening? It's my understanding that masks will become optional as of February 14th. Again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for that. I hope and pray that we will consult with the data at that time. You know, I've heard a lot of statistics in here, a lot of studies. I'm not sure the credentials, but some of these are very dated. So again, looking to professionals because, you know, information's always evolving, science is always evolving. We can get better breakthroughs, you know, so any time we have is great, right? Why stand
Wrap
hopeful?
up your comments, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why stand hopeful this wave will leave town as quickly as it came in? I can't help think that there might be more waves to come. For that reason, I hope in the meantime, we are truly working on a sustainable solution that will include other mitigation tactics to keep transmission low. For instance, are we looking at air exchange rates? Do we have goals for that? Outdoor classrooms, just everyday health. I sincerely hope and pray that we can ride out the good times, but then pull together to get through the rough months. Yeah, that might mean masks again, but at a minimum, we should have a strategy in place to measure those times and determine how many layers we need to have in place to keep everyone as safe as possible.
Thank you,
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman,
Price.
I'd like to readdress my trust with the board regarding the decision-making. I know I may have expressed earlier my disappointment with the January 4th meeting to remove all guidelines in place regarding COVID mitigation without an alternate plan.
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
Absolutely. I'd just like to ask why, you know, it's hard to have a trust right now when there's board members that are currently encouraging protests that are negatively affecting teachers, staff, and children.
Thank you, Ms. Price.
Can I say in closing, I ask you to use compassion in your decision making, and I want to thank you for the decisions you made last week, or I hope that you make today. Thank you so much.
Mike Lawton.
Good evening. The VDH and the Roanoke County Public Schools COVID dashboards show us the top of a wave of infections brought about by this highly transmissible Omicron variant. Our 7-day average of positive cases just hit a new high, 285% higher than the previous high mark. COVID is more pervasive in our county now than any other month during this pandemic. The number of students with confirmed positive cases on just this last Monday and Tuesday was higher than the entirety of the month of November. When the percent positivity rate is greater than 10%, we consider ourselves to be in high transmissibility. We are currently at 31.9%. There isn't a higher designation. If your measurement is 3 times higher than the highest categorization, a reasonable conclusion is that you're witnessing some shockingly high numbers. Is this really the most advisable time to remove what has been one of our most effective defenses? Universal masking has been a key component in weathering this pandemic, keeping as many students physically in school as possible with great success. Comparing in-school exposure data to confirmed positive cases illustrates just how successful universal masking has been. COVID is not easily spreading through our schools, yet. The current policy has always been tied to community transmissibility, and there's no reason to deviate from such a prudent course of action. Our being fatigued of the pandemic and the hassle of the requisite preventative measures does not matter. Omicron will soon wane, and when it does, and when we descend out of high transmissibility, then we can reassess. As we discussed statistics, we focus far too much on case numbers, hospitalizations, and deaths, and these are, of course, crucially important, but they understate things we still don't understand, such as long COVID. There's this mistaken belief that you get COVID, you suffer for a few days, and unless you're in the small minority who's hospitalized, then you fully recover and are back to normal. The reality is that the rate of long COVID is estimated to be around 10%, but we don't really know because doctors and scientists still don't fully understand it. We have a moral obligation to protect the vulnerable. And here's the easiest place to demonstrate just how negligent it would be to remove the mask mandate at this time. Based on the statistics from the VDH on the percentages of fully vaccinated children in Roanoke County, here are the inverse numbers, the percentages of unvaccinated children in Roanoke County. Ages 5 to 11, 74.7%. Ages 12 to 15, 44.2%. And 16 and 17, 40.3%. And of course, we have students in pre-K that are younger than 5 and cannot be vaccinated yet, as well as younger siblings of students who will carry the virus home when unnecessarily exposed. Even if we were only to focus on K through 12, 4 of 10 students are unvaccinated. For ages 5 through 11, who are only recently approved for the vaccine, 7 of 10 are unvaccinated. While being vaccinated does not preclude you from getting COVID, it drastically reduces the impact of how sick you'll be. Kids do get COVID. Kids can get very sick from it. We've heard a doctor testify to that tonight. We have far too many unvaccinated children to remove successful preventative protections like universal masking. It would be a reprehensible blunder. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton. Kelly Lawton. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm a Roanoke County resident and a mother of a high school student and a middle school student. As of yesterday, as we just heard, Roanoke County's percent positivity rate was 31.9%. A percent positivity rate of 10% or higher places us in the high transmission category, the highest on the scale. We are triple the threshold for high transmission. The CDC K-12 COVID prevention guidance recommends, quote, universal indoor masking regardless of vaccination status at all levels of community transmission. I've heard speakers talk about how masking is ineffective, but the reputable studies show that that is untrue. A science brief on the CDC website, which has compiled data from numerous reputable studies, states, quote, U.S. counties without school mask requirements experience larger increases in pediatric COVID-19 case rates compared with counties with school mask requirements. Also, another study conducted in Arizona, referenced by the CDC, found that, quote, outbreaks were 3.5 times more likely in schools without mask mandates. A report from Duke University in June of 2021 found that masks effectively prevented COVID-19 transmission even without physical distancing in schools and on buses. Does the quality of the mask make a difference? Of course. We should all be wearing the best quality mask that we can, that we're able to keep on throughout the school day. However, any masking will help reduce COVID transmission, especially when there are universal masking policies in place. Our local data also supports this. Our school administration officials have repeatedly shown that our data shows that transmission is happening outside of the schools and not inside. It's showing that our mitigation strategies work. This board has often stated the importance of keeping students in the classroom. That can only happen if students are healthy enough to attend school and if teachers are healthy enough to be there and teach. We are all tired of this pandemic. My wish that it would all just go away does not change the reality of the situation that we're in. Virginia State Law SB 1303, which is in effect until August of 2022, requires that schools adhere to CDC guidelines to the maximum extent possible. As constitutional scholars have noted, an executive order cannot negate state law. Removing the proven and effective mitigation strategies that we've had in place that have kept our schools open throughout this pandemic would be exposing this school district and board members to charges of gross negligence and substantial legal liability. I ask that the board acknowledge the reality of the situation we're in, make data-driven decisions based on our community's transmission levels, listen to the trained medical experts, such as our local medical advisory board, our local pediatricians, the American Academy of Pediatrics, public health experts such as the VDH and the CDC, and yes, state law. This board was elected to make the best decisions for the students and staff of Roanoke County Public Schools, based on facts, data, and expert guidance. This board was not elected to follow the whims of parents who, like this board, are not experts in public health.
If you
I
could wrap
implore
up your
you to do the
comments.
right thing and make decisions based on the reality of our COVID situation and not wishful thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Letitia Ray will be followed by Madeline Ray and then Isaac Ray. Sorry, I forgot to. I don't know if they may be in the other room. Letitia Ray. Anybody need a 2-minute break? Mike, you good?
How many more?
We are about 20 more. About 20 more speakers. Letitia Ray. Madeline Ray. Followed by Isaac Ray. Oh, there we go. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, school board members. Thank you for allowing me to be here today and speak. I am a mom of 2 children at Bonsack Elementary. I have been fighting this mask mandate silently due to many reasons. My image, fear, rejection, and of course those who don't agree with me. But I've had enough. I'm here today to fight for my 2 beautiful children that God blessed my husband and I with. If we all don't fight the freedoms that we surrender today, will be freedoms that our children never knew existed. The time to stand up is now before it's too late, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I cried on the first day of school this year. Do you want to know why? Before my 7-year-old son lifted his leg to take his first step on the bus, his bus driver said, "Put your mask on and make sure it's covering your nose." This is not how his first day should have looked. I am 100% supportive of parents choosing what's best for their children. If parents want to send their kids to school with a mask, it is their parental right to do so. All I want is my parental right back that was stolen from me. My 2 children are extremely healthy, and I'm very thankful for that. We pray for them. They eat healthy. They play outside instead of screen time. We give them vitamins, and they get 10 to 11 hours of sleep on school nights. You don't hear about ways to boost immune health. All you hear about is masks and vaccines that clearly are not working. What happened to hand washing? I guess that's not part of the science we should follow anymore. For others to say it's my healthy children's responsibility to keep other kids or adults safe is psychotic and a brainwashing tactic. VDH guidelines state mask made of cloth, masks that are soiled or poorly fitting, and masks that are not worn properly provide reduced or no benefit. Mask wearing may cause discomfort, skin irritation, perceiving emotion, or making social connections. During the Omicron outbreak, regions with restrictive masking policies and practices have shown similar rates of transmission as regions with less restrictive mask policies. Examples: I have family and friends with children in Texas, Florida, and Georgia, all mask-free and no issues at all. A few cases here and there, but that has been the same in our school districts. I want to end with this, and it may trigger some of you, but that's okay. It just means you really need to hear it. My family relies heavily on our faith in God to keep us safe. Jesus did not die on the cross for us to live in fear. I really want to encourage others to let that fear go so you can live your life the way God intended you to. Please take these masks off my children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Madeline Ray.
Hi, my name is Madeline Ray. I'm in 5th grade and I go to Bonsack Elementary. I have come here today to tell you how I feel about masks. I think masks have no purpose. They make me feel very uncomfortable. They also make me feel unsafe. I wear glasses in class, and my glasses get all fogged up. To keep that from happening, I lower my mask under my nose. But when I do that, my teachers correct me by making me put above my nose. Then my glasses fog up and I can't see, so I take off my glasses. When I'm in gym class, I can barely breathe, so I take my mask down. But when I do that, my gym teacher tells me to put it back up. Also, our teachers can take their mask off all the time when we can't even take ours off. Also, I can't hear my teachers as well when they talk, so I have to ask them what they said over again. Also, when I wear my gaiters, my teachers tell me they are too thin, so I have to double them. At lunch, we have to sit 3 people at a table when I have my other friends I want to sit with. I am very glad we get this in the lunchroom sometimes other than sitting in our classrooms. I would like for school to be normal again and see my friends' faces when they talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. Isaac Ray. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Isaac Ray. I do not like masks. They make me feel mad and weird. Thank you for trying to keep us safe by spreading us apart. I do not want to wear a mask anymore. I do not think they do anything. I cannot hear my teacher that much. I get sweaty in gym. If I am told more than once to pull my mask up, I have to move my name on my behavior chart.
Thank you, Isaac. Elizabeth Ryder will be followed by Sam Chafin and then Scott Ingram. I'm not doing a very good job of keeping these in line.
I've been told that.
I know. I'll do better. Elizabeth? Sam Chafin, is he here? There is Elizabeth. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm sorry for the delay. We didn't hear the announcement in the other room. Thank you, Chairman Linden and the members of the school board for this opportunity to be heard. My name is Elizabeth Ryder, and I speak to you tonight as a parent of a 3rd grade student at Glen Cove Elementary and an 8th grader at Northside Middle. Let me start by boldly establishing what our Roanoke County community has in common at this pivotal point. Every single member of this community wants to see an end to the need for wearing masks in school. Every single member of this community wants our children to have in-person learning. And every single member of this community wants the best possible education for our children. I would like to share with you my family's COVID story. I work in healthcare in the geriatric population. Because of that, our family chose to be extraordinarily cautious. We were vaccinated, we utilized all possible mitigation strategies, and at Christmas, we thought we were finally safe to maybe possibly visit with family. We met for 4 hours, just 4 hours, in an indoor enclosed space without masks, with a total of 15 people, unknowing of the one family member who less than 12 hours later would present with COVID symptoms. 11 out of the 15 people tested positive in the following 2 weeks, including 4 children. Now, please consider the environments of our schools that would be nearly identical to our family gathering if mask mitigation strategies are removed. These environments would be lightning rods of COVID transmission without the successful mitigation efforts that have already been put in place. With the community positivity rate that we've already heard tonight, locally in Roanoke County is 31%, I ask you to keep the efforts that are clearly working. And how do we know that these efforts are working? I asked you to look at the own data that we have for our county. Before we do that, I'd like to take a quick moment and thank Dr. Stiegel and the staff that worked to bring us the most accurate and up-to-date data on how COVID is impacting our schools. It is the data that should drive the decisions that need to be made. Referring to the data that was presented at the last school board meeting that showed a snapshot of what was happening on January 14th in our schools, there was a total of 1,184 students and staff in quarantine. 262 of those in quarantine were exposed in the schools. 922 of those in quarantine were exposed in the community. It clearly can be seen that the number of students and staff exposed in the school environment is significantly lower than the number exposed in the community, 22% versus 78%. I ask of you to consider what our day-to-day in the schools would look like if the exposure data was reversed. No one single COVID mitigation strategy is a silver bullet, but requires us to layer the masks with social distancing, quarantines, and testing to keep the exposures in school to a minimum. I hope by February 14th, the data will show us in a very different position that will allow for safe easing of the mitigation efforts. And I ask that you will provide this community with the metrics and the plan for what that determination will be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sam Chafin will be followed by Scott Ingram and then Tam Doyat. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sam Chafin. This debate has been framed as one about the choice of parents to decide for their own children how best to protect them in the midst of a health crisis. And I believe the freedom of parents to make important decisions regarding the health and safety of their children should be held in high esteem. I'm the father of 3 children, one 5-year-old in kindergarten and twins, who will be 2 in April. As the course of this pandemic has progressed, I have chosen to keep my family safe in many ways, by distancing from others, by limiting trips in public spaces, especially indoor ones, wearing masks, and getting vaccinated. This has been difficult but successful, and I credit this to the wise counsel of public health officials who have recommended wearing masks as a strategy to mitigate the spread of the virus. I want to choose to keep my family safe, but I cannot do that if the community that surrounds them, the students and teachers my daughter spends hours indoors with every day, don't also choose to keep us safe. I, like many people, have vulnerable people at home. Those twins I mentioned, they cannot be vaccinated, they cannot wear masks, but they must live with their sister in public school. The freedom of parents to make important decisions for their children should be held in high esteem, but it must not be made into an idol. We recognize in many situations that the risk to the community outweighs the value of a parent's judgment. We do not let parents choose to protect their children by arming them with weapons. We do not let parents choose when their children first drive alone or at what age to drink alcohol. COVID-19 threatens the least of us, the youngest, the oldest, the most sick. I think it is the highest calling of public service and the greatest expression of community to protect the most vulnerable among us first. I cannot keep my family safe if the community does not also choose to keep them safe. And so I implore you not to let the idol of freedom become the tyranny of further sickness, further death, and a slower recovery. Make the difficult decision today and declare that we must protect the least of us first, so that we can, with the utmost speed, end the danger for them and embrace, with masks off, as a community made more resilient, more compassionate, and more free by what we demand from each other. For that reason, I am asking you to vote to keep the mask mandate in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chafin. Scott Ingram, Tam Doyot, and then it will be Charlie Jackson, I think it is. Good evening.
Members of the board, my name is Scott Ingram. Thank you for letting me be here. I want to first talk about facts. We have been doing this for 2 years. Masking and distancing and all these things, and it hasn't done anything. It hasn't changed one thing. So why would we continue with a policy that's not working? Additionally, Superintendent Nicely said this in a recent email to parents, and I'm quoting, "The number of COVID cases and quarantines experienced by students and staff in our area and beyond is very high and continues to challenge the resources needed to operate." By his own admission, it's not working. He said it in a public email. Why would we continue with these policies that aren't working? It might make some people feel better, but it's not working. Dr. Fauci himself has flip-flopped on this issue. In the beginning, he said that cloth masks don't work. Then he said they do work, and now he's saying that they're not working. Less than 500 people under the age of 25 have died from COVID in the United States. Died, less than 25. These are students. Oxygen is essential for learning. Masking decreases oxygen, which inhibits learning. Masks muffle speech and inhibit communication between teacher and students. Masks suppress the immune system, which increase the risk of infections. Masks increase blood pressure, pulse, and anxiety. Why would we continue failed policies? If your answer is that we're following guidance of public health officials, let's consider that. The CDC almost weekly has changed their guidance. Every week they change it. By definition, their guidance is arbitrary and capricious. Why would you follow an arbitrary and capricious guide? I urge you to stop following and lead. My second point is about medical decisions. This board has no right to make medical decisions for my children. It should be between my kids, me, and their doctor, and that's it. My kid's wearing a mask doesn't affect someone else. My kid's not wearing a mask does not affect someone else's kid who does wear a mask. Students should be taught how to think, not what to think. I urge you to stop following and lead. My last and most important point is about freedom. Forcing students to choose between wearing a mask and being able to attend public schools is a violation of their God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are protected under our Constitution. I believe that we're created in the image of God. I believe that forcing students to cover their faces is a violation of their freedom to be seen as children of God, and it violates their First Amendment right to freedom of religion. In summary, I'll ask you to follow the facts. Recognize that this is a medical decision that's not yours. Don't trample on our freedoms by imposing arbitrary and ineffective policies. You were elected to be our voice, and the majority of people don't want these masks. They want it to end. Thank you for considering this information, and may God bless all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Tam Doyot. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm the mother of 7 children, 4 of which attend Roanoke County Schools. I would like to thank you all for allowing me to speak tonight. Tonight, I did not come to express my opinion on whether or not masks are effective or not. I feel that research can be found to support both sides of that topic. However, I will say that our schools have been doing everything they have been told to do during this pandemic, and not much has changed. COVID is still here. Tonight, I'm here to speak on the hypocrisy of it all. And now the hypocrisy is bleeding into our schools and being noticed by our children. For the past 2 years, we have been told to obey Governor Northam's mandates, and we did. Today, we are being told we cannot obey Governor Youngkin's law, or our children will not be able to attend school. What have we become? We are causing a greater divide between our parents and their children, and the children and their teachers and administration. My daughter came home from school Monday and said many students were sent home or suspended for simply listening to their parents and the law. And I hear certain board members are okay with this. This news is disheartening, to say the least. The children are hearing their teachers say things such as, "Sorry, I know it's the law, but we can't obey the law right now. We have to obey the school board." My children and I went to a high school basketball game this week. It was brought to my attention one of our school board members walking around a packed gymnasium without a mask on. This particular board member voted for our children to continue to wear masks. Does it make sense? It's not right. And our children notice the hypocrisy. I also want to touch on the fact that what is right for your child may not be right for mine, and we need to be okay with that, period. The long-term effects of COVID on our youngest generation cannot be ignored. While some kids have endured the pandemic adequately, many have not. So many have fallen behind, including one of my own. With a diagnosis of anxiety and sensory disorder, she has not worn her prescription glasses to school for 2 years. It's too much for her with wearing her mask. Because of this, her vision has worsened and her anxiety is heightened. Therefore, her learning is hindered. She was ecstatic to hear that masks were optional, only to hear days later our school board was not going to honor the law. So now we're back to square one. On a certain board member's Facebook page, it was stated that you, quote, liked the idea of showing some humility and compassion to those that want to continue masking in schools, end quote. Therefore, you changed your vote. I am asking you please consider compassion and humility on my child as well, and vote to make masks optional. I pray that tonight we can all step away from a one-size-fits-all approach and reconsider our vote about masks. Again, what is right for your child may not be right for mine. There is no one better to determine what is best for their children, especially after 2 years of a pandemic, than their parents. Our governor has made this decision easy for all of you by writing this executive order.
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
Yes, sir. May we honor the law and make masks optional. I thank you all for your time and deep consideration on this matter. I want to especially thank the board members who have stood firm and not wavered. It does not go unnoticed. On a side note, aren't we all here for the kids? The kids who have showed up tonight and spoke are both very bold and courageous and had very real stories. For those of you in the room, we need to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doyot. Charlie Jackson? Jerry, sorry. Followed by Sarah Martin and then Mary St. Clair.
Hello. So I'm a mother of 2 children, ages 13 and 9. And so we're here, 2 years, and we're still having this conversation. As parents and adults, we are to be examples to our children. We apparently cannot even read or follow certain executive orders. So what example is that setting? I'm tired of comforting crying children, telling them that we just have to make the best of it. They have sacrificed so much. They have missed opportunities in education, in sports, dances, field trips, graduations. My 9-year-old, all she wants to do is eat lunch in the cafeteria. They have had hopes and dreams of normalcy given and then taken away countless times. As a licensed practical nurse for the past 24 years, I am still unable to understand or explain any of the hypocrisies to my children. I could give examples of data and numbers, but we've all heard that over the past 2 years, and we're still here having this conversation. Our grandfathers did not fight in wars to have their offsprings just make the best of it. Our kids deserve better. I just want to leave you with this. It's a quote from my hero as a child, Mr. Fred Rogers. We live in a world with which we need to share responsibility. It is easy to say, it is not my child, it is not my community, it is not my world, it is not my problem. Then there are those who see the need and respond. I consider those people my heroes. So, are we going to be our children's heroes?
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Sarah Martin. Good evening.
Long evening, huh? I'm Sarah Martin. I have 2 children in Roanoke County elementary schools. And I just want to simply say that you want kids to listen to authority and respect your place as their teachers and administrators, yet your actions show them you do not listen to authority and do not respect the higher position. This is a bit confusing for young minds. You say follow science, then when science proves the masking method is not working, you turn your cheek, and that is confusing. My children are no longer science projects. Their masks should not be blankets to keep adults' fear cozily tucked in. Our society has somehow made sense of suppressing our children's immune systems, emotions, and mental wellness so adults feel protected. Never should children be expected to protect adults. Adults protect children. Then once the science proved the masks these kids are using do not protect anyone, you still demand the weight of the world upon our children. These parents have spoken by voting in the people they see will do right things by our families. Your job is to abide and follow through. I ask you do your jobs. We have a solution that meets needs of all parties' perspectives. Everyone chooses what is best for their families and the best priorities for their families. And for all the teachers and administrators that commended the kids this week for adhering to the mask mandates on Monday, while saying their parents can learn something from them, well, we taught them that. We, the parents, we aren't raising children to act out, throw fits, break rules, get loud, treat people disrespectfully when they don't get their way. We are raising children that will meet opposition with a moral compass, integrity, respect, and resolution. We voted in the governor because he promised he would put the most vulnerable generation that we have failed during this pandemic first. Unmask and rebuild what we have broken. We voted in this board to follow through with that. Please follow through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Mary St. Clair, followed by Autumn Abramski, and then Martha Kilburn. Good evening, Ms. St. Clair.
Good evening. I just have a couple things to say. We have been in this mess about 2 years now. Emotions are high on both sides of the aisle of this issue. But the fact is that our governor, Youngkin, has put in place an executive order number 2 to give the parents choice in the matter of masking or not masking our children. I come tonight to ask that you put into place today and implement this executive order today. Let's unmask our children, and we're not going to consider it on February the 14th, but do it tonight. This is an executive order, and we should follow it. Thank you.
Thank you. Autumn Abramski, Martha Kilburn, and then Judy Flincham. Good evening.
Good evening, school board members. I'm Autumn Abramski, and I'm a student at Hidden Valley. I just have a couple of things to say. I just wanted to come here tonight and say I think masks should be optional to parents and that they should be able to choose whether or not to put their kid in the school with a mask or without a mask. It is their right, and they can have that choice to put their kid in school with a mask or without a mask. And if parents that are scared of COVID and do not want their kid in school, they should have the virtual option to have their kid at school. So, and there is that option. So it shouldn't be the other way around where kids that aren't scared and want to go to school should be virtual, have virtual learning. So I think that Parents, you should be able to put your kid in school with mask, without mask, either way. And it is governor's orders that today there has been governor orders that we can do this. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Autumn. Martha Kilburn. Martha Kilburn will be followed by Judy Flincham and then a D. Dobbs. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Martha Kilburn. I'm from the Hollins District and brought my children with me. I'm a single parent, so it's what you do. They're both in Northside High School, Northside Middle School. I want to provide a few faces for you to look at as we're talking about this subject. You can see they're wearing masks. That one's going to wander off. As a nurse, I've learned that you wear a mask in surgery to protect the patient. We wear a mask to protect the person with a compromised immune system. It's the same reason we wash our hands. We also wear masks to avoid catching something and accidentally spreading it. TB, you don't want it. COVID, I don't want it. At the last meeting, I heard one remark that stood out for me. A question that was asked to Dr. Stegall. Has any student been hospitalized with this? She had no answer because of HIPAA. But as you've heard tonight, children have been hospitalized with COVID and its complications. But that question was scary for me because it made it sound like the only real question was, has anyone been hospitalized? I don't care if they've been hospitalized, just being sick is bad enough. Taking it home to grandma and grandma dying, that's just as bad as a child being sick. It's just as detrimental to their mental health. I know that's not what was meant, but it's what I heard. The other thing that I was blissfully unaware of until listening to a lot of these meetings is just how many people that have connections to the school system are immunocompromised. The teachers, the support staff, the parents. How many? Removing the mask conveys the message that you don't care about them or their families. It's a great message from the people we thought were protecting our kids. Great message. I looked at the daily dashboard today. Our schools, middle and high school, had 36 exposures this week in just 3 days. That doesn't include the close to 200 positive cases in the county for so far this week. It's hard to see how taking masks off is going to keep the staff and the students in school. Your teachers are tired. Your school staff, they are exhausted. The hospital staff, exhausted. Respiratory therapists, God bless their souls. Don't know if y'all read the Washington Post article. One of our dear respiratory therapists killed himself because he was so exhausted from treating patients. The very least you can do is show the Roanoke County Public School staff, students, and families that you care about them. Please, wait till the numbers go down. Form a plan, share it, but wait till the numbers go down before you make a decision. Because while they may have quoted numbers and that the risk is low, this is the risk that's going to die. Now, I've already buried one child, not from COVID, but I've already buried one child. I'd rather not do it for a second one, not when we have the opportunity to try and keep them safe. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Ms. Kilburn. Judy Flincham. And then D. Dobbs, John Bryant. We're at number 60. 9 to go, I think.
It's been a long night. Thank you all for allowing us to speak. Last week I spoke to you and I told you that I was a nurse of almost 16 years. What I did not tell you is I'm a proud Northside High School graduate of 1981. My 2 kids graduated from William Byrd. My grandson is currently a middle school student at William Byrd. So I've pretty much been involved with Roanoke County the majority of my life, I guess. I can tell you from listening here tonight, a lot of parents would not have survived having kids in school in the 70s and the early 80s when they talk about parental rights. It's a policy. Just like you would have a policy where you work, schools have policies. We have attendance policies. We don't get to choose how many days our kids can miss school before they become truant. We just have to deal with that policy. Dress code. We may have input, but when it comes right down to it, we follow the dress code policy because that's what was given us. We sign at the beginning of every school year. We abide by all these school policies. When I went to school, girls were yanked out of class, forced to put their hands down at their side. I know you remember. Their shorts were too short, so they were sent home from school. Yes, it was embarrassing, but they knew the dress code policy when they went to school and wore the shorts that were too short. Discipline. Are we as parents supposed to allow our children to behave any way we think is reasonable when we know classroom behavior is not? We don't get to tell them that you're not going to suspend our kids, you're not going to expel our kids, and you're not going to put our kids in detention because that's part of the policy. Just last week, a mother in Virginia stood before a school board and told them she would bring all her guns to school that Monday if her kids had to wear a mask. A piece of cloth, for goodness sakes. Do they work all the time? No. But we're on our 3rd variant of COVID. No, COVID's not going away anytime soon. But hopefully it will get like the flu to where it's seasonal and we can all go back to a normal life. But until we take the I's and the me's out of what I've heard tonight, it's not going to get there. I appreciate all the jobs you do, but you all really should be setting the example and wearing masks tonight. Signs on the door when we come in. Most of the children that are being quarantined right now are not being exposed at school. That shows what we're doing in school is working. They're getting exposed at home. Where, yes, they're going out on weekends with friends, and then they're bringing it home to their parents, or their parents are being forced to work with people who won't wear masks, and they're bringing it home to their kids. It's not the schools that are infecting the students.
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
I sure will. I've heard a lot of people invoking the Bible tonight, all the while with their me's and their I's. So I'm going to leave you with this Bible verse. Matthew 4:7 says, Jesus said to him, again it is written, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flincham.
Yep.
D. Dobbs, followed by John Bryant, and then Brian Handy. Good evening, Ms. Dobbs.
Hello, I'm Dee Dobbs, and congratulations to our new members. I do thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion regarding the mask. When I started to look at this, I thought, let me go to the dictionary, the medical dictionary. I found out that a respiration, breathing, it's internal and it's external. We breathe in oxygen and we exhale a gaseous waste product called CO2. Now we can remember from our biology days that nature requires the CO2. for the plants, the trees, the flowers, the veggies, and the crops. But I would challenge anyone to find a good medical source that's reliable, that shows that humans breathe in CO2 instead of oxygen. The second part of our respiration is one that we breathe in the oxygen, and then our blood carries this into every cell in our body. This is a metabolic process, and this produces energy. This is what enables our kids to get up in the morning, to brush their teeth, to get dressed, to eat their breakfast, to get on the school bus and come on in. Every single breath that our kids take of this God-given oxygen heals their body. You're going to say, ooh, that's a stretch. No. In burn victims, we're talking about multi-degree burns. They're placed in a hyperbaric chamber, and guess what's pumped in? You guessed it, oxygen. Why? Because oxygen heals the body. These masks don't work. They don't keep out COVID, which has never even been isolated. But we do know this. The masks recycle the CO2 over and over and over again, along with what else? Along with toxins, germs, bacteria, viruses. This is all recycled. Somebody's going to say, well, how often does this really happen? So I thought, okay, let me check that out. The NIH, this organization, quotes an adult breathes 12 to 20 times a minute. School-age children, after checking, will breathe 12 to 30 times, depending on their age. So I took the smallest amount, just the 12. 12. That means in a given hour, we breathe 720 times. For these kids in a 7-hour day, we're talking about 8 to 3, they're going to breathe this recycled CO2 with all of this gunk 5,040 times. 5,040 times. In a school year of 180 days per our calendar, that's approaching 1 million times that our kids are breathing in this crud. Now, what are we doing? We are creating a petri dish for respiratory problems, infections, hypercapnia. That is excessive CO2 in the bloodstream. Our kids are developing the organs, the heart, the brain. All of this is necessity. They have to have oxygen. These masks are not only insanity, they're evil. Oxygen is so important that God above has cocooned us in oxygen free and clear. Kids with their own natural God-given immune systems have little effect from this virus.
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
I know that this is a new school board. I've been here before, and I know you care. Be strong, be brave, be right, and be righteous. The kids are watching, parents are watching, and most of all, God above is watching. Y'all, have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Dobbs. John Bryant, followed by Brian Handy, and then Ethan Kolsch. Good evening, Mr. Bryant.
Hello, thanks for your time. The way our kids treat mask wearing comes directly from what they are hearing and experiencing at home. If their parents think masks don't work, if they think the people in this room are sheep, those kids show up at school with that happening at home. Even though science and top health officials tell us that masks are an important part of layered mitigation, that's parent choice. Other things that happen at home also come directly to our schools. Some things you don't choose, hunger, poverty, but some things are parents' choice. Domestic violence, racism, taught hatred of differences. But our schools are still here as a place where kids feel safe, no matter what's happening at home. So that's why schools provide free meals for students. They don't ask questions because some kids are hungry. Teachers and administrators look for signs of abuse in our kids' words and on our kids' faces. Kids are treated equally in the classroom, no matter what street they live on, no matter what car their parents drive, no matter what bumper stickers on that car, no matter the color of their skin, no matter the pronoun that they choose to go by. Because no matter what is happening at home, our teachers and administrators protect our kids' health and well-being while they're at school. All of our kids. So a parent's right to choose can put their kid and others needlessly at risk, and a school is a place where kids should feel safe no matter what. So the numbers were clear. Dr. Stiegel's data last meeting showed an overwhelming number of person-to-person transmissions from outside of the school. Friday, January 14th snapshot, 751 positive and or symptomatic students. 16% were symptomatic and exposed at school. 84% were symptomatic and exposed outside of school. She stated the reason I give you that number is to show you the extreme difference between the students exposed at school compared to the students exposed outside of the school. And what are we currently doing in schools that we are not doing in the community or at home? Masking. Mandatory masking. Kids are in school 8, 10 hours a day. They're around hundreds of people, and the current mask mandate is effective in reducing the number of exposures in our schools. The data showed it. So no matter what happens at home, you have a responsibility to protect our students when they get to school, no matter what bumper sticker is on your car. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Brian Handy, followed by Ethan Kolsch, and then Shirley Martin. Good evening, Mr. Handy.
Good evening. My name is Brian Handy, and I live in the Highlands District. Parents' choice is important, and we have many things that we can opt our children out of. School shooting drills, for instance, or family life. But someone's child opting out of those things doesn't affect my kids. Stopping COVID mitigation strategies would affect other people's children and potentially mine. I would never do anything that I thought would ever endanger someone else's child, and neither should you. Our choices, where do our choices end and our responsibilities begin? When our choices have the consequences of severely injuring someone else, I believe our choices end and our responsibilities to each other as humans begin. Contrary to what some people may think, this is not a Rosa Parks moment. No one is facing discrimination, and certainly no one is being persecuted. You're being inconvenienced, and it's a fairly minor inconvenience at that. The school tardy bell is a much bigger inconvenience to me for what it's worth than having to wear a mask. And I do wear N95s as a registered nurse. Every day in our county schools, our teachers face harassment from principals and administration. Not all of them. You've got some rock star principals in administration, but some need improvement. No teacher should ever have to face a hostile work environment for advocating for a child. That behavior, unfortunately, starts with this board. Board members have openly harassed and encouraged others to harass teachers. And that's just unacceptable, not only from a legal standpoint, but from a moral one. Advocating for a child is never the wrong thing to do. Why not, instead of harassing teachers, you listen to them, help them by giving them the tools they need? Why not substitute so you can see what's going on in the schools? The leaky roofs, the water that tastes like pennies, and all the other stuff. Why not, instead of dividing us with partisan rhetoric, you work to build better schools and classrooms? Why not listen to the speakers here tonight instead of playing on your phone? Seems like that would be a better use of everyone's time.
Thank you, Mr. Handy. Ethan Kolsch will be followed by Shirley Martin and then Rachel Worster.
I think you guys are going to have to get this catered next time. Yeah, so Ethan Kelsch, and I guess I'm the opposition attorney for the no mask side. I wanted to point out that we had a total of 9 kids that spoke tonight. They did a great job, and not one was for wearing a mask. Maybe you want to listen to those kids. So compromise has been brought up. Compromise can work great It could also be very bad if you are compromising on rights. Well, that's how slavery got written into the Constitution. And then we had a war less than 100 years ago, right? But there's other ways to compromise by respecting each other's rights. And that's what Mr. Youngkin's, Governor Youngkin's proposal with his executive order actually did, was it gave parents choice. Now, something that I think might be worth considering is possibly you have doctors that are concerned, have some doctors come in and do some mask fittings for the faculty that wants to wear masks, maybe for the parents who want their kids to wear masks, put them in N95s. They think they're very effective. They've been shown to be more effective than cloth because they're facial decorations, I think was the quote by the CDC. But that's just my suggestion on that. So as far as the legalities, you as the board, you have the responsibility of trying to decide what your liability is here and which one is going to be more likely to go against you. I've heard people talk about lawsuits. I watched the meeting from last week. Both sides are throwing it around. So the best argument that I did hear from the pro-mask side was that, and I've heard it tonight, not in the reference of a lawsuit, but suppose a child catches it at the school because there's no mask or some kids aren't wearing masks, and they bring it home and it infects another family member because we know it's probably not going to infect the child and they're not going to get hospitalized or die from it. So it would most likely be a family member who has comorbidities or is elderly. And then they said they're going to sue you. So basically, some of the things they have to prove in that, they have to prove it was because of a non-masked individual. They have to prove it was not acquired elsewhere. They have to prove that it was not from another family or friend. They have to prove so many different aspects to get to that conclusion, and they have to do it in a court of law. Now, keep in mind, contact tracing is really just an educated guess because we are not quite yet China, all right? So the other aspect that you can consider, you have a parent who gets a diagnosis from a medical practitioner that these masks have adversely affected their child. Just need one. We already heard about one tonight. It could be mental, it could be physical, it could be brought on by wearing the mask, it could be an existing condition that was exacerbated. One child that can have a diagnosis, and now you guys are on the hook.
You can wrap up your comments, please.
Okay, so I'll get to informed consent. Informed consent is codified internationally, federally, and by the Commonwealth. I have not seen a letter go out by medical staff or the board saying that there could be potentially adverse effects of the mask. And this also goes for advising people on vaccinations. Parental rights are codified in Virginia law. The executive order cites that code. The advisory letter that was written has no legal effect. Zero.
Thank you, Mr. Kolsch. If you could wrap up your comments.
I could wrap it up. So where you guys actually have to kind of really concern yourselves, because it was pointed out, and the people here may not understand that we have a Dillon rule here. And you all have to understand, if you don't understand what the Dillon rule means, it says that you guys can't operate with authority that's not expressly granted to you. And you had immunity when when you had Northam take it out of your hands. That's true. But now you're operating against an executive order. You're on your own, and you've exposed yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Shirley Martin, Rachel Worster. Good evening, Miss Martin.
Yes, and when they told me I was 66, I thought, I can't believe this, that there's that many people that have the time to come out and do their speeches. But I'm Shirley Martin. I'm a grandmother. I have great-grandchildren in the Roanoke County schools, and I'm here to really look at things a little differently than's been spoken tonight. I want to say to you all that I really appreciate you. I really do. Your position is in a very difficult one, especially during the dysfunctional days in our country, and as it boiled down to how it affects our children and our schools. I trust all of us in this room this evening will really do research on the people and the groups of people who are indoctrinating our children and wanting to be in control of our children. All of us want the same for our children. There's many threatening lawsuits, and we're placing ourselves with the people groups that want to be in control. We had a Democratic candidate that plainly stated we parents have no place and no say in our schools. We need to know what is behind that comment that this gentleman made. We need to know what is being taught in our schools. We need to know what they're reading, and I could list many other things, but I'm sure you all are aware of that. But our world has never changed so dramatically and so rapidly. Leaders in politics, business, education, and media are ignoring the law, violating freedoms, enforcing radical policies on unwilling people. They're turning coronavirus, the environment, race, and other issues into weapons for forcing through their agenda. This is already affecting all of us, and especially our children at this time. And we as parents, grandparents, citizens, should really take time to seek the truth, what is going on. We've got people that are indoctrinating our children because they want to control them. And parents should be looking at that, doing research on these organizations that are doing this. And I might add, the teachers union is not the better place to be finding out what's going on, because they do not represent our children or our teachers. And I'm sorry to say. I appreciate you all letting me speak. And about the mask, I really think it's one of the nastiest things that you can keep on your face all day. I really do. I've learned that some of them will drop their mask in the bathroom on the floor, and then they pick them up and put them back on. When they go out on the playground, they take and throw them out on the ground while they play, pick them back up and put it on. Now, there's been a lot of research, and you've heard that tonight, so that makes it real hard for your decision. But I just believe that parents really need to do research, and a lot of you folks out here today have done that. You've heard data and all this. I don't have that. I don't have that type of research.
Could wrap up your comments, please.
Thank you. But I do have research on the organizations and people that are trying to indoctrinate our children and take control of them. And I ask you to be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Rachel Worster, followed by Justin Lindsay, Kristen Yates.
To the members of the board, I would like to thank the board for continuing to require masks in school for students and staff. As we have all learned, case numbers and the medical situation on the ground can change quickly. Rather than pre-voting on a date that you hope will be successful, wouldn't it be more prudent to choose a date to evaluate the data and then decide? On the 14th, or whatever date you choose, wouldn't it be best to hear the most updated information before making a decision? I'm concerned that if the board prematurely announces a date, we will be in the same situation 3 weeks from now. Please follow the data and listen to our medical experts. Please remember that teachers and staff are at as much risk as any adult when it comes to COVID. While masks have been the main topic of discussion for several weeks, there are several other issues that need to be addressed. We have several buildings in our district that are in need of major improvements, including the drinking water at Northside Middle. I appreciate that the board has spent a lot of time discussing these issues, but do not understand why action hasn't been taken, especially in the case of the water at Northside Middle School. For teachers, this year has been even more of a struggle than last year. While the majority of our students have made great strides and are on target, we have a small number of students who are behind and are in need of remediation to catch up, but we haven't been given the time, resources, or staff members to help these students. At the beginning of the year, we were given several early outs, which were much appreciated as they gave us time to plan for some of these challenges. Now we have higher case numbers than ever, but none of the extra time available to us to help meet the needs of our students. In addition, many of us have lost our lunch breaks as we are needed to supervise students. This means that each week we have lost 2.5 hours of planning and prep time, as well as a much-needed opportunity to take a break and refocus for the rest of the day. We are also seeing many more behavior issues than in years past without added staff members and cool-down spaces where these students can go to get support. We are understaffed when it comes to IAs, as we haven't been offering a competitive wage. We're having a hard time filling open teacher positions, especially special education, possibly due to the fact that Roanoke County pays significantly less than Salem and Roanoke City schools. I do applaud the board for raising substitute and IA pay, but feel that this is a short-term fix for a long-term problem. What will you do to recruit and retain teachers and staff so that we are not in this same position next year? I would highly encourage all members of the board to shadow a teacher for a day so that you can gain firsthand experience with what teachers are facing. Take the time to speak to those of us who work with students every day. Ask teachers and staff about the problems we face and see what you can do to help. Show the community you have a vision and commitment to our schools that extends past debating about masking and quarantining. With any luck, COVID-19 will be in our rearview mirror next school year. What will you do with the rest of your time as a school board member to strengthen, not divide, Roanoke County schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worcester. Justin Lindsay, followed by Christian Yates. Mary Glenn Blanks. Three more, Tim. Do you think you can do it? You think you can? Good
Get the
evening.
stretch out. So I'm Justin Lindsay. I never would have imagined I would be in anything like this. This isn't my thing. But my daughters said they don't want to wear masks anymore. So I'm here. I got a journal from New England Journal of Medicine this morning, an article, and it said that as of January 2022, since COVID started in the United States, 9.5 million COVID cases in children, 750 deaths, 50 states, 15 kids per state. We're doing this for 15 kids per state. We're not. Doesn't hurt them, on them, most of them. We're doing this because of a bunch of scared adults. They're afraid. Why are we afraid? It's about them. It's not about us. It's about them. They deserve the same experiences we all got in Roanoke County schools, the same opportunities. They deserve to see the same faces of the same teachers I had teach me. I don't know if Dr. Cobble's still around. Probably not. They should see her face when you're in her office because you skipped. These kids aren't getting that. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not right. We're robbing them of their opportunity. Years they'll never get back. Ever. I get to see your face. I don't get to see his. I get to see my face, my patience. They don't get to see my face. When I watch them die, they don't get to see my face. It's awful. But my kids deserve an opportunity to have the best education and the best environment that they can have. And they're not at risk of dying. Now, it's your job to provide a work environment that is suitable for your staff so they can feel safe. And I agree. But not at the expense of the children. Get them in 95s, get them fit tested. Give them the option to wear a mask, teachers, not the kids. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. It's what I do. It's what everybody at the hospital does. And I don't work at any of the hospitals here. Please don't affiliate me with them. Not by negative, I don't work there. It's not It's not good. I don't understand. I come here, I raise my family here. I don't understand why my kids are suffering. We'll do our job at the hospital, and we'll take care of the sick. You guys take care of my kids. Put a mask on your teachers if they want. Take the mask off my children. You give them an education. We'll take care of the rest. You don't have to worry about the hospital. You don't have to worry about the sick. You just got to worry about the kids. So I thank you guys. I appreciate this. I appreciate everybody. And honestly, everybody should be. It's impressive how many people have been here to talk. How many people love their children no matter what it is. They love their kids. Mask, no mask, whatever. They're here because they love their kids. You're here because you love kids. Let's take care of them. If you have the immunocompromised children with risks, we can protect them too. There are things that we can do.
You can wrap up your comments, please.
That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Two more. Christian Yates. Good evening.
Hi. This is a first. I've never done anything like this, but I'm appreciative of the opportunity to come and voice my opinion. I am a mom of 4 little kids, 2 of which are in Roanoke County schools, a 3rd grader, a 1st grader. I have a rising kindergartner who will start in September, and we have a 6-month-old. And I'm here because in March of 2020, when Northam said schools are closed for 2 weeks, we followed suit and we kept our kids home and we closed schools and they learned nothing for 2 weeks. And then he came back on and said schools are closed for the remainder of the school year, which I had to teach my child word sorts from 1st grade and blending sounds, and it was awful. And we waited patiently for the vote to come back that schools could open back up in fall of 2020. Only if you were a pre-K through 2nd grade student could you attend 5 days a week. Other people were hybrid schedules of some days, some were all virtual, but you had to wear a mask. So thankfully my family fell into the lucky group. All my 2 kids went to school. They wore masks throughout the entire year last year. Over the summer, we heard that schools were opening back up, that masks would not be mandated. That was in August. It quickly changed a week later that masks would be required, and my kids have followed suit. This entire time, they have listened to the authorities that we have told them to listen to. We have followed suit. We've done as we have been asked to do. And now our governor, who was elected by our county and our state, has put forth an executive order that says it is up to the parents, and I'm simply asking to have that right put back in my hands, where my husband and I can decide whether or not our kids wear a mask to school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Yates. Mary Glenn Blanks. Good evening. Fine, thank you.
Am I last?
You are.
Okay, here we go. Short and sweet. I don't have any notes. I don't have any cool stats. But I know that you all are about to vote on a very important topic. I have a daughter who is in school at Bat Creek. They have been wonderful, but I am asking you, pleading if I have to, when you vote, have enough respect for me as a parent to know what is best for my kids. They do not mask anywhere except in school. That is it. They're not mandated to wear a mask at the grocery store, Target, Walmart. And I understand that the fear is real for those who want to mask, and I encourage them to mask. But how is not masking in the grocery store or anywhere else any different than having everyone mask in school? when that is the only place that my kid masks? Seems a little weird. And if you want to wear a mask, those masks, are they not going to the grocery store? Are they not going to other places where half are masked, half are not masked? Of course they are going. And if they're not, that's fine too. But it makes no sense that the only place that my daughter is masked is in school, where she should feel the safest. And I just ask that you give us the respect as the parents to these children that God entrusted me with to know what is best for her. And when you vote, I just hope that you allow us the option to make that for them. And we have very smart children, and we will speak with them. And if my daughter wants to continue to mask, I will allow her to. But all that we're asking for is the option. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blanks. Okay, that wraps up what may be our longest hearing of citizens and delegations time.
In my time, it is.
All right. Item number 8, consent agenda. Would you like to take a 5-minute break? Yeah. Before we get on to the consent agenda and the additional information, we will take a quick 5-minute recess, and it will not be any more than 5 minutes. Move on with the agenda. Item number 8.0, or item number 8, consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve consent agenda, item number 8.
Have a second?
Second.
Second. Madam Clerk, the roll.
Mr. Greenway,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Pachani,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ray,
Ma'am.
Mr. Hudson,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Linden.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 9, information agenda, 9.01, Northside Middle School water line update. Mr. Chris Lowe. We did hear a number of people mention this evening, and this was approved back in October, I believe. Mr. Lowe will give us an update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Nicely. I want to give you a status report on the Northside Middle Waterline Project. 3 weeks ago, the contractor who will be doing the waterline project submitted documents to the Western Virginia Water Authority for approval. The Water Authority has not responded yet. Roanoke County Public Schools sent an email to the Water Authority earlier this week, and we still have not received a response. The contractor cannot order the vault to be constructed until they receive approval from the Water Authority. 1 month ago, the contractor said it would take about 3 to 4 weeks for the vault to be constructed. In the meantime, we are communicating with the health department, and we're drawing another round of lead and copper samples to submit to them. We appreciate everyone's patience on this. We plan to begin site work in the coming weeks, and we will give the staff about 2 weeks' notice because it will disrupt the traffic pattern towards the back of the building when we do this. But we're still waiting on approval from the Water Authority for the vault before it can be constructed.
Does anybody have any questions? Have we tried other communications other than email with the Water Authority?
I would have to ask my staff who's running that project. We know that the emails haven't worked, and neither the contractor himself has also been trying to get a hold of the Water Authority. I'm assuming they're probably a little bit more diligent in calling daily than since it's their project to complete. I will get that information for you, but we will try again with the Water Authority tomorrow.
Yeah, that's if we need to go up the chain a little bit higher and rattle some cages, we need to get that done.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Sooner rather than later.
we-
Yes,
We
Mr.
also
Greenway.
have someone in the pipeline for the internship program that we should be able to ask to get us somebody. They have a board too, and I don't know who's on that now, but, there's somebody ought to be able to get you an answer and get it quick.
So we can go up the chain and figure it out. We know who's who's reviewing the plans, so we can go above that.
Okay.
Mr. Hudson?
I would recommend driving down to the office.
We can
If
do
they're not
that.
answering the phone, they're not answering emails. We need an answer. I mean, how many kids do we have at Northside Middle?
I couldn't give you a number on that.
If the water's not potable, then we literally have nowhere to educate however many kids are there. So we need to go above and beyond what we're currently doing.
Well, and just on that statement, just like the water still is potable, just so everyone's aware. The reason we're doing this is because the lead and copper levels are gradually increasing through our testing program that we have on all of our wells. So it's still within the potable range, and we don't feel like, and the water, the health department doesn't feel like our status on that will change for at least a year at the rate that it's increasing.
I just believe if it were my house,
I understand.
Giving that to my children, I would be concerned. So I'm concerned about we need to get this taken care of immediately.
Mr. Ray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lowe, once we have the approval, do we have the materials ready to go?
That's what we're waiting for, the approval on the materials so that
I
they
mean,
can.
the approval, but I mean, we got to get something from a water authority, but I mean, are we ready to go once we do that?
The contractor has already ordered his materials, his piping, everything to get the water from the tap to the building. He has made that order. The only thing we're waiting for is the vault.
And how far are we talking about?
It's about 100 feet across the asphalt and at the back of the building into the room, mechanical room.
Wow. We need to get it going.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Item number, any other questions here? 9.02, indoor air quality, Mr. Lowe.
So I know there was a question about what we were doing at the schools, and I know Mr. Meacham met with you a couple months ago, back in October, I believe, about what we were doing regarding indoor air quality. So we are continuing to introduce outside air at a level of 20% into all of our facilities. We have a balometer, which we purchased this past summer. And what that balometer, it's not a velometer, it's a balometer, B-A-L-O-M-E-T-E-R. And what it does, it's basically telling us, it is a cone that would sit up above one of these 2x2 grills, and it tells us the volume of airflow coming through that grill. And with that number that we get off of that balometer, we take measurements of the room, get the area of the room, and we can determine how many air changes there are in a room. And so the CDC is recommending 6 air changes per hour. So we have done about 4 schools, Clearbrook, Cave Spring, Penn Forest, and Cave Spring Middle. And we've done spot checks at those schools, and we're over 8 air changes per room. And we've also purchased, for air quality, we've purchased these HEPA portable air purifiers for all of our classrooms, and they turn over the air once an hour. So that's in addition to what our existing systems are doing as well. And those are HEPA filtered units, and we're getting ready to change those filters this coming month. Ms. Watkins from the warehouse has a plan. She's talked to the principals about how we're going to come out and attack and change the filters in every one of these portable purifiers.
Is there a reason we've only done 4 out of the 26 schools?
Well, I don't know that reason, except for staffing, to be honest with you. Right now, I'm down, since the new year, we've only had 2 HVAC employees working. We've had one who's been sick. He's been out since before Christmas and still not back. He was the one who was actually trained on the balometer and doing the balometer work. We have someone else now who came back today who's been out for about 4 weeks. He's back today, and we're going to task him to jump into the other schools.
You said it was Clearbrook, Penn Forest, Cave Spring Middle, and Cave Spring High?
Cave Spring Elementary.
Cave Spring Elementary.
And one of the things, when we get all this information for all these schools, what we'll do is we'll go back to our old TAB reports, which is the testing and balance reports from when these schools were built and these systems were put in. And we can utilize that information with the balometer, and we can determine whether our units are still, how efficient they're working. And all this information can be inputted into our Asset Essentials program. And it will help us, help direct us towards when we need to do some preventive maintenance.
So could we not hire an outside contractor to go ahead and get that sped up?
We could, but I would venture to say we'd be looking at about $30,000 to $1,000 a school on elementary to have that done.
As opposed to what are we doing now? What's the cost?
We're doing, our staff is doing it right now.
I get our staff's doing it, but we've still got, I'm assuming the bulk of that cost is going to be the equipment.
Labor. It would be labor.
Most of it would be labor?
Yes.
At $30,000 a school?
Just for instance, because you're basically asking someone to come in and commission your HVAC systems at each school. For instance, the commissioning at William Byrd alone is a $100,000 budget at that high school.
That's for the new system, though, right?
That's for everything that's going on at William Byrd, yes. But that would be commissioning every unit, every grill, everything.
Yes, Mr. Hudson.
So I've got some VDH recommendations here for HVAC systems I've looked over, and I got a few questions to see, because, in number 5 of that executive order, it states that we have to make sure that we have proper airflow and those types of things. So I know we're 5 months into the school year. Have all of our filters been replaced in those 5 months? What's our replacement plan looking like?
We're replacing filters every 4 months.
Okay, so we're on top of that?
We're on top of it.
Okay. Do we have the HVAC system's running at a maximum outside airflow 2 hours before and after the building is occupied?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, earlier and later.
All right. And do we have demand-controlled ventilation controls in some of our buildings?
Yes, everything's building automated system.
Okay, so from my understanding that some of those controls can reduce air supply based on occupancy or temperature. So if it shuts off, is there a setting where the fan can run continually?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ray, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How much are these barometers?
They're about $3,000.
$3,000.
Yes, sir, for one.
Have we got them, are they available?
Yes, yes, you can purchase them.
They're not on the ships out in the sea?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. We need to move with them to the other schools. So. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason to believe, Mr. Lowe, that any of our schools are not operating at least 6 air changes per hour at the current time?
I don't think so. We don't think there's any reason to believe that. If we weren't getting good airflow through the rooms, we would be hearing about the rooms being either too cold, too warm, one way or the other. We'd be hearing those complaints because airflow has a lot to do with getting the rooms to temperature.
Anybody else? Okay. I believe that's it for
Thank you.
902. 9.03, COVID update. Dr. Stegall.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Dr. Nicely. So, got a lot of new information tonight, so I know it's late, and I know we want to get out of here and go home. But this is very important information that has changed quite drastically. So I do want to take the time to go over that along as also show you the data. Okay. So we did receive new guidance, and it came down from the VDOE through the new state superintendent, and we also received guidance just last night, 9 pages update from the health department. So we've taken both of those documents and combined them and tried to put it in the most concise way of sharing the changes. So they came out with some guidance for us and for school divisions on how to make decisions. And these are the factors that the VDOE and the VDH has recommended that we look at when making decisions. The first one is to consult your local health department and understand transmission. We clearly do that on a regular basis. Understand community level vaccination coverage. We do that. Identify, monitor, and report outbreaks to the health department. We have been doing that since the beginning of the pandemic. Understand community and school capacity needs. We do that. We talk about that regularly. Determine the impact of layered approach and mitigate and multiple prevention strategies. We have done that since the pandemic began. So here are some of the data points that they are asking us to look at. Number of outbreaks across the schools, we have that in our dashboard. The size of outbreaks and number of cases and close contacts identified, that's on our dashboard. The level of spread within the schools, we have that on our dashboard. Severity of illness, we talk to the health department weekly or at least bi-weekly, and we have done that for 2 years now. The level of student and staff absenteeism due to isolation and quarantine, that is tracked on our dashboard as well. So currently we are looking at all the data points that are recommended for making decisions regarding school mitigation. So let's take a look at the data. So this is January 16th through the 22nd. We are currently at 31.9% positivity. Our case rate is at 1,250. You see under that where we were last time I reported. We're coming down a little bit there, so that's good news. This next chart is just to show you our downward trend. So that's on our case count that we are starting to come down. The hope is that, and in most of the research that has been shared with us from the health department, that once we come down, we come down quickly. So let's hope that is the case. You can also see our percent of positivity is coming down. You can see that little peak there starting downward. And so this is a look at our vaccination status. And so that has not drastically increased, but we're still looking at decent numbers. If you look at ages 5 through 11, we're at 31.8%. Ages 12 through 15, we're at 61.8%. And ages 16 through 17, we're at 65.5%. and that's for Roanoke County. This is a new chart that I wanted to show you that was shared with us by Dr. Morrow. So this is, when you talk about our health district, we are the Roanoke City Allegheny Health District, so Roanoke County is involved in that health district. So when you look at the overall information that they are provided in our health district, approximately 17% of the new cases that come into our health district are children. 45% of the new cases are persons younger than 35 years of age. They did a snapshot, but they're looking at the end of the week of January 15th. The people in Virginia, this is Virginia statistic now, who were not vaccinated, developed COVID or were hospitalized with COVID 30 times the rate of people who were fully vaccinated. The chart on the left shows you the number of infections. The chart on the right shows you the number of hospitalizations. If you look at the black line at the bottom, those are vaccinated individuals. The blue line, those are who are partially vaccinated. And then the gold line, those who are unvaccinated. So you can definitely see the significant trend there.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So what is their definition of fully vaccinated? Is that vaccinated and boosted? Is that
Yes.
3?
Mhm.
Okay, so it's just not 2, it's 3.
It's 3, yes.
Okay, just to be clear.
So we updated our numbers here that we've showed you in the past. If you look down at January, total positive cases for staff, we were at 206. Notice the extreme difference of the other months. And our students of January were at 955. So that's a significant increase there in number of cases. So this shows you here, it's just a diagram. This is coming right off of our dashboard. It shows you October, November, December, and January. Significant difference clearly in January. So we're talking about in-school exposure. So, we've heard a lot about mitigation strategies in our schools. They clearly are working. You can see the number of staff still very low. We're at 9, even with that extreme number of positive cases that are potentially walking into our schools. We've only had 9 staff that have been exposed and 220 students. And notice that that's not, we did have 1 week that was a snow week, so you have to take that in consideration. But we are still doing a very good job preventing in-school exposures. All right, so this is a new snapshot. So what's interesting about this is we're not too far off of where we were the last time I showed you this snapshot. So keep in mind this is a 2-week snapshot, knowing that the data is skewed a bit because, again, last week we were not in school. So this is not perfect data. It's skewed because of that reason. However, it does just give us a quick picture of what we're looking at. As of yesterday, for 2 weeks, we had 1,282 people that were on the isolation quarantine list. 39% of those people were asymptomatic. Okay, so then we broke it down a little bit more. 68 of those were exposed at school. 12% of those 68 tested positive. That's the number that you guys you've asked us to give you, and we finally have enough data to give you that. So of those who were exposed at school and who were asymptomatic and were on quarantine, 12% of those people tested positive. Now the next statistic is 426 were exposed outside of school, and 22% of those tested positive. So like we talked about before, in-home cases tend to, end up being positive because they're in-home contacts more so than in-school contacts, and clearly the statistics show that as well. The bottom number, 61% of all those people on the quarantine list, they're either positive or symptomatic, meaning that they have to stay home, they have to quarantine because they're symptomatic and they're positive. So that is 61%. If you look at the right, I put the last time I presented this data to you, January 14th, notice we were at 37 and 63, very close percentages. So, and I bet if we were to break the numbers down, you would see the percentages of people testing positive who were quarantined are probably very similar as well. So, if you look at the right, this shows you a picture of just January, just to pull out what one day looks like in the quarantine list. So out of 1,282 people who were on the quarantine list, there were 80 new cases just on Wednesday. So if you take those 80 out, you have 1,202 were carry over because they're doing their 5-day quarantine. Any questions about that?
I have a question. With the quarantines, the test to stay, Would that help us with that?
It would. So the test to stay would help us with the asymptomatic. You have to be asymptomatic. You have to be unvaccinated. So it would work on those people who are asymptomatic. They've changed the rules on that. It used to be you had to be in school contact. Now they're allowing at home contact. So anybody who's asymptomatic, unvaccinated, who's quarantined because of a contact, we could now do the test to stay.
How available are those tests? How quick can we get them?
We don't know. We just had a call with some superintendents of school divisions who have put in their request, and they have not received anything yet. We are on that list, so we haven't been communicated when we're going to get it. But the people who recently responded, they have not seen anything yet. They seem to. This is coming out in all their information, so they seem to be highly supportive of it.
Okay. Well, can you keep us up to date on
I
that?
will,
on the tests?
absolutely.
Thank you.
One question.
Yes.
And these tests will be available to the parents to take home and?
Yes, so what that would look like is a parent could request it, or if our nurse determines that they're needed. So we would give you 5 tests. If there's 5 school days, we wouldn't test on a weekend. But you would take these tests home, and they're online proctored. So you sign online, a proctor comes on, you take the test, they watch you do the test, and then there's a result. So every morning you have to share with the school nurse your negative result to report to school. You do that 5 days in a row. The parent has to want to participate. They have to agree to follow and comply with the regulations. The one thing about that is you do have to mask day 6 through 10, and that's not optional.
At least you get to get back.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So, okay. So let's talk a little bit go back to some of this guidance that we've received. So, of course, prevention is the most effective and appropriate strategies are those that are layered. And, of course, we've been layering strategies since the day the pandemic started. We have all the same strategies in place that we did since day one, and we've learned from those and that we've gotten better at it. And so it clearly says that whenever you're in substantial and high levels of community transmission, which clearly the whole state of Virginia is in high, that we need to really consider as many of these strategies as we can. So here are the key prevention strategies that the health department has listed for us. Vaccination, of course, we all know that it's a critical layer of prevention, and plus keeping kids in school, that's a critical way to prevent being exposed, because if you're exposed, then you don't have to quarantine as long as you're not showing symptoms. So a great way to keep kids in school is if they're able to get vaccinated is to do that, because you don't have to be quarantined if you're not showing symptoms. Stay at home when you're sick or getting tested. This is the one, and you'll see what I'm talking about as we go through here. We really have to, in order for removing of masks or whatever we choose to do, this one right here I think is critical. Because if people are not staying home when they're symptomatic, it defeats the whole purpose. So that's one of the things we really have to ask our parents and our staff and everybody to do. Lots of people say, oh, it's the allergies, I just have a cold. 90% of the time our nurses are hearing that and they're positive. So we have to encourage people that, yes, it looks like a cold, it does look like allergies, but you're likely to have COVID. So we really have to get people to stay at home because that's going to help with this whole process. Physical distancing, of course, we've been doing that to the extent that we can within our schools, and we will continue to do that.
Rhonda, just to your point of the stay-at-home, I know other school boards have a self-assessment that they do, which I think would be a nice protocol for us to adopt.
Yeah, we have it in our health plan, and we've put it out, but I'll be honest, it's not something that we keep going back to. So you're right, it is something that we need to go back
self-check.
We do, absolutely right. So number 4, prioritize disease investigation and notification. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in another slide, so we'll keep moving. Screen testing, test to stay, I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. Ventilation, we just heard that from Mr. Lowe about keeping that maintained and making sure that's functioning well. And then hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette. We still have in our health plan that our teachers are to help the younger students wash their hands multiple times throughout the day. That's not something we've ever gone away from, and nor will we. And then clean and maintain healthy facilities. We still have the same cleaning protocol that we've had since day one. That has not changed. And then they do mention mask prevention. Of course, that's one of their 9 mitigation strategies. This is the health department's recommendation. They recommend that all persons aged 2 or older, regardless of vaccination status, wear a mask while indoors while the community transmission is at substantial or high. That's where they've always stood, right? So that's not anything that's changed. And then the one below, it says recommends people who are not up to date with their vaccinations wear a mask indoors at all levels of community transmission. So that is right from the health department, what they're asking K-12 schools to consider as mitigation strategies. All right, so here's where it starts to change a little bit. So I think some of you saw this on the news, that they were moving away from contact tracing and investigative work. And so we were waiting to see, okay, what does that mean for school divisions? They have finally given us that guidance. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. So schools are no longer expected to contact trace on every individual case. That is what we have been doing. Every single positive case, we are tracking it. That's what's wearing our nurses down, and that's what we've been doing. The health department has now come to the realization that with Omicron, the time sensitivity of how fast you get onset symptoms, by the time you contact trace, you already have met your 5-day quarantine period. By the time you identify the people, they're already at the end of their 5-day anyway. So we're really starting to see it. We're struggling to keep up with it. So the health department has said basically, we just don't have the resources to do this. And schools, they realize we probably don't have the resources as well. So they're telling us that we can back off of the contact tracing, but focus on outbreaks. And so they give us some directive on that. So what that would look like is we would still keep our dashboard going. Nothing would change there. We're still going to notify through the dashboard anytime there's a positive case in a school. If, for example, we have a large group meeting, let's say we have a band of 200 kids, right? And they're practicing or whatever, and we start to have an outbreak in that band group. We would use the figure of 10% of more. If 10% or more of that group is, has tested positive, then we're going to consider that as a potential outbreak, quarantine possibility. So then what we would do is we would have our nurses start contact tracing. We're not going to contact trace until we identify that we have 10% of a large population that is showing some problems. Or the next one is in a classroom setting. This is the way the health department has always done it. So whenever we have shut down a classroom, that we've used that 3 people, the 3 student number. So that's what they're doing here. If there's an outbreak in a classroom of 3 or more people, we're going to start contact tracing. Now, keep in mind, at that point, the horse is out of the gate, right? So the idea is we're going to contact trace and notify people that you could have been in exposure, and then we will quarantine as necessary to stop that spread. That's the whole point behind it. But we are not going to, according to the recommendation, not contact trace every single case that is reported to us.
Could you define quarantine as necessary? Is that if they're showing symptoms only, or is that?
I got a whole nother slide on that one.
Okay.
Yep, we'll walk through that.
And so, Rhonda, that would be a letter that would be sent home if that classroom had to be shut down.
Oh,
Gotten
yes.
that far.
Yes, anytime we have to shut a classroom or a school or grade level down, we send a letter home. Luckily, we haven't had to do that in quite some time.
Right.
So I don't really anticipate that we're going to get there.
When have you ever had 3 or more in a small
Very
classroom?
rare.
Very rare. Okay, that's good to
Most
hear.
of the time, it's a special needs classroom where the kids can't keep their mask on, or it's pre-K, or it's kindergarten where they struggle.
So the chance of that happening hasn't really happened out of all our schools?
Now, I will say.
I know, but how many I'm just asking, how many classrooms?
It's on our dashboard. We've shut down Bonsack
beginning.
as a school. Hidden Valley Middle had some issues, and then we had several classroom situations. I'd say 10 or 15 classrooms throughout Now, keep in mind that was with masking, so to jump to the conclusion of what it's going to look like without mask, I can't make that determination, but this is where we were with masking.
Right, and it's highly contagious anyway, so.
Right.
If we got contact tracing, if a student has been vaccinated, they don't have to quarantine, right?
As long as they're not symptomatic, absolutely.
As long as they're not symptomatic.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, so let's talk about how are we going to determine 3 cases in a class, right? Because if you don't, this is what blew our minds when we got this information is, if we're not contact tracing, how are we going to know that we have 3 cases in a classroom? So we got with our nurses and we brainstormed yesterday and today. And what we've come up with is what we can do is our attendance goes in and puts a code in for everybody who's out because of COVID. We can run a report daily and get the number of classrooms, actual classrooms, in every single school that has 3 or more positive cases or has 3 or more quarantine or positive cases related to COVID. Then what our nurses are going to do, if there's 3 or more, they're going to take that information and contact trace it. And they're going to determine if there's a connection, if there's been transmission. And if there has been transmission, then they're going to continue to contact trace, notify, quarantine, whatever they need to do. If we don't have 3 or more, we're not going to contact trace it. Okay? So that's going to be our determining factor of when our nurses are going to dig a little bit deeper to see what's going on.
Rhonda, I hate to interrupt you again. I'm so
okay.
sorry. This is important stuff. So one would assume that is not presumed positives. Those are confirmed positives via test.
It could be presumed because a lot of our doctors, what they're doing is if it's in the family and let's say the mom and dad's tested positive and the child's showing symptoms, the doctor will say there's no reason to test. They have it's presumed positive. Don't even test.
Not sleepover. Johnny had
right. No,
COVID. Now therefore everybody has COVID. Okay.
No. Most of the time, the only time they do presume positive is it's in the household.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So that's how we're going to work with the classroom. So athletic teams, we're already doing this with our athletic teams, our bands, our large groups. Coaches clearly know when their kids are missing, and they know if they get to 3 that there's a problem. Typically what happens is coaches are already coming to the nurses and the athletic directors and saying, I'm worried about, I've got this many kids that are out with COVID, what do you recommend? We have paused lots of teams and lots of practices, and we've been able to resume and get right back on track. So I think we've done that very well, and we'll continue to do the same thing we've been doing because it's worked for us. And for our staff, of course, we're going to continue to contact trace our staff. And the reason we want to do that is we want to protect our workforce because a lot of times our staff, like here at Central or in office areas, they're together and they're in cars together and we want to try to contact trace to limit the amount of transmission so we're not hurting our workforce. So we are going to continue to track our teaching staff just to help them stay more protective. I also feel as if we need to contact trace our teachers because if they're working in small group with kids, we need to know if we have potentially exposed some children as well. Okay, so here we are with the isolation and quarantine rules. Now, what's important to know about this is this has changed since last time I shared it with you, but it has not changed in this update, right? So we're still following, if you test positive for COVID, it's a 5-day quarantine period. If you are exposed to someone who has COVID and you're showing symptoms, it's a 5-day quarantine period. And then the idea on both of those cases is day 6 through 10, you can return to work and school, but you must wear a mask. That part is not parent optional. That is medical, and it's not optional. So, but you do get back to school quicker. Otherwise, you have to take a 10-day quarantine period. So the difference is, and this is the one that everybody gets frustrated with, if a father tests positive in the home and then the child starts to show symptoms, you have to start with the date that the father tested positive, wait 5 days, then the child starts their 5-day quarantine period. That's when the test to stay is going to be helpful, because if the kid's not symptomatic but they've been identified as an exposure because they're living in the home with the parents, then they could test to return if they're not symptomatic. So that in that case, that would help them get back. However, what we're seeing with Omicron, though, once it hits a household, it's normally hitting everybody. Okay. This next statement is the health department has clearly said that schools do have the authority to make decisions on when staff and students have to quarantine or have to isolate. So that, of course, is what our nurses would do. If they find out there's an outbreak or we're at 10%, they're going to contact trace and they're going to tell people, yes, you're going to have to quarantine for so many days. Staff are going to be expected to continue to wear a mask because that's a DOLE standard. Our understanding is there's going to be a review of that in early February, so we'll have to wait and see what comes from that. but that's the reason our staff are still required to wear masks. And of course, masks are still required on school buses because federal law. All right, so this part right here gets a little bit tricky, and I'm going to try to explain it the best I can. Definition of close contact has not changed, right, through the health department. So the general rule, if you were within 6 feet for 15 minutes of cumulative time, you are considered a contact. Now, remember, in K-12 schools, we were given the provision that if you were 3 to 6 feet, both people were wearing a mask, you did not have to quarantine. So when our nurses go, and let's say they found that there's a potential outbreak and they're contact tracing, and they go into the classroom and they talk to the teacher, and the teacher has a seating chart, and let's say that they're able to determine these 3 kids wore masks and these 4 kids didn't wear a mask. We need to be very clear that we're going to follow the standard according to this. So if 2 kids have masks on and they're within 3 feet of the positive person, and the positive person has a mask on, and then the other person has a mask on, that they do not have to quarantine because if it's not considered an exposure. If one of those 2 people don't have a mask on, it's a guaranteed quarantine because we fall back to the 6-foot rule. So I know that's going to be very confusing for parents to understand that, but the difference is 2 people have to have a mask. They have to be 3 feet or greater in order to be exempt from being exposed. And if one of the 2 people don't have a mask, then it's automatic quarantine because you've got to be in 6 feet.
But those are with known positives.
That's right.
We have
It
known
has to
positives,
be
not.
known positives.
Okay.
Right?
And my last question for you regarding that closeness is, well, first of all, I find this all very promising. The child that is exposed within that close space, 3 feet to 6 feet or whatever, under 3 feet, can they test to stay?
As long as they're not symptomatic.
Okay.
They can,
Okay.
absolutely. Okay. And so the next statement just basically says that potential outbreaks will be identified, the nurses will initiate contact tracing, close contacts will be determined by individual cases. So I know there's been some frustration that it seems sometimes we're not consistent all the time. This is really going to look inconsistent, right? So I just want to be very upfront that you're not really always going to understand it because it's going to be based on who was wearing masks in that given scenario. So, okay. I just wanted to present this to you because this is a great chart for parents and everybody who wants to take a look and follow. This is not really changed much, but this is coming from the health department. So this is the exact same chart that our nurses follow, and this is what's on the health department website. We will put it up on our website, but it walks you through step by step what our nurses are going to tell you. So if you ever question anything, the very first step you need to go to is go to this chart because this is exactly what we're following. So we will.
Excuse me, they have a chart to follow, and we've been getting all these different quarantine days?
We have been following their guidance.
And I get that, but
Yeah.
we've had, this deals this many days, and that deals that many days, and then we found out, well, no, that's wrong. We got to go back to this is what it should have been.
In that situation, it was because it was the day after the changes happened. And we
And
had
not even, because we've had a couple of them. Remember, the people came 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah.
And then we've had another situation that they said 7 days, and
Yeah.
no, it's 5 days. And
I hear what you're
mask
saying.
on the playground,
Yeah.
no, you don't have to do that. So, I mean,
When you're dealing with a volume of 8,000, we're going to make mistakes.
No, I get that,
I just chalked
but-
that up. They were mistakes. They were mistakes.
Okay.
They were.
You've got sticky notes with arrows all over the place.
They were mistakes. I mean, I can't justify it any other way than that because we do follow that chart and there's no gray area with that chart. So if we're not following that chart, we've made a mistake.
Okay.
So.
Fair enough.
And what you do in that situation is you call me or you call, Charlene Vale, and what we do is go back and talk to the nurses and she goes back and retraces it. So there's always an answer, and we will get to the bottom of it. We just need to know. All right, so the test to stay, we talked about this a little bit. So basically the requirements to that is student has to be unvaccinated. They have to be identified as a close contact. They must be asymptomatic. And they have to be willing to wear the mask during the whole entire quarantine period. And let's see. They take the rapid test 5 days in a row, and the parents must agree to comply. So I kind of pretty much covered all that just a few minutes ago. So that's our test to stay. We're hoping to, get some tests in pretty soon so we can start moving forward with that. But listening to other divisions, it may take a little bit of time to get that going. So that's a lot of information. Any other questions about that?
I just have one more question.
Okay.
So would parents, let's say that it takes a week for us to get these tests in, or 2 weeks, I mean, who knows what ship it's on. So would you be able to provide your own test as a parent? Go to CVS, or is that not acceptable?
No.
It has to be a
yeah,
government
it does.
issued.
There's so many different tests out there that don't have the same level of reliability. So, yeah, this is what has been recommended to participate in that program.
Okay.
And it is state-supported.
Okay.
So we have that back.
So there's no
backing us.
cost to the individual?
No cost at all.
Okay, thank you.
How is that reported once they're tested at home? How do you get the data?
So they're tested at home, they get immediate results, and they have to bring the result into the school that morning. So they test every morning, they get the immediate results, they bring it in, give it to the nurse, and they're free to stay. Now, again, we have to say, the most important thing of all of this is if you're symptomatic, stay at home. So that's the whole idea with this too. The whole reason they're allowing this is that you're not symptomatic. The minute you turn symptomatic, that's a no-go. Like you have to stay at home.
That's how it always should have been.
Any other questions?
About 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Stegall. All right. On to action items, what everybody's been waiting for. Item 10.01, approval of custodial contract amendment. Oh, maybe that's not what everybody's been waiting for.
Yeah, I doubt that's the one everybody's waiting for.
10.01, approval of custodial contract amendment, Mr. Chris Lowe.
Good evening, good to be back. Mr. Chairman, SSC, the custodial contractor for Roanoke County Public Schools, made a presentation to the school board in December of 2021, informing of their need to request an amendment to the current contract for an increase in their monthly invoicing. This was to improve their ability to recruit and retain staff. The board authorized the superintendent and facilities and operations staff to negotiate with SSC, and the negotiations included our Roanoke County Schools identifying conditions as well as the amount of monthly increase. The formal agreement from SSC, including the Roanoke County Public Schools conditions for that increase, is attached in your board docs. So we are here this evening requesting that increase or approval of that contract amendment. So all the conditions that we had talked about were accepted, and we're increasing the contract $50,000 a month for the remainder of this fiscal year. So that'd be from January to June 30th.
6 months.
And they're still the same level of service?
The conditions, we've reiterated in the conditions that we've added to the contract about APA 2 level, and there are repercussions if they do not, financial repercussions if they do not meet the standards that is identified in the contract. For instance, just if they have 3 complaints at one school in a month, then we have the right to retain 5% of their monthly invoice for that school. There's also some penalties for leaving the facilities unsecure. Financial penalties, which has happened in the past. So that has also been added as an amendment to the contract. So we have a little bit of bite now that we didn't have before.
And APA 2 level is just one level under hospital?
One level below the hospital level, yes, sir.
Have they been able to get fully staffed? I know that was an issue for them before the holidays.
They're not fully staffed yet, but it's improving. Their staffing levels are improving, but they're not fully staffed, no.
Does the contract have anything in there about their inability to fully staff our schools?
Yes, it does. They must maintain an 80% staffing level.
We added 3 or 4 sentences in there to make sure that was
yes, sir,
corrected, I believe, in our closed session.
I'd like to comment. I've been in our schools the last 15 years, and there's definitely a loss. We do not have the same level of quality that we used to have in cleanliness. And it really bothers me because if you look right back to that executive order, it is our responsibility to ensure we're having clean facilities. And like many people come in here earlier and talked about, clean surfaces, clean hands, clean everything. And sometimes I walk in our schools and I'm not impressed at all. And we just renewed this contract 4 months ago. And then they come in and ask for this huge increase and pin it on they want to pay their employees a livable wage, and literally broke it down into like 3 or 4 categories, correct? What is it, 3 or 4 categories? They broke it down. If you give us this much money, then we can pay our employees this much.
Yes,
and
sir.
if you pay us this much, we can pay our employees this much. Well, it seems to me a company the size of this should have done a little bit better job when they renewed the contract instead of coming in and hitting us 4 months later for this kind of increase. And I truly believe that we need to look at a cost study of taking this back. And I know that that's a huge undertaking, but I believe that we ought to look into taking this cleaning back slowly but surely. If we start at the high schools, and I believe Mr. Greenway had that idea of maybe we start back with the high schools, since, you know, they're probably in worse shape because they have sports and things like that after school, so a lot of this is not getting cleaned. So I would like to see this board be presented with a plan to take action on that.
Yes, sir.
How many of our schools does this contract cover?
26.
All 26 schools?
We have Glenver High School and we have William Byrd High School. Those are the last 2 schools that Roanoke County staffs for custodial services.
So 24.
20, 25.
25.
Burton?
Yeah, they have Burton.
Burton. Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Yes, people left or they've consolidated, they've moved them, you know, down to.
As people retire, that's what's happened over the past couple of years where I think we've taken, that we've given 6 schools to them over the past 2 years because of the retirements that we've had. And instead of replacing those retirements with our own people, we've given the schools to SSC.
And staff recommendation on this motion would be?
Staff recommends approval.
Any other questions?
Didn't we look at, we were comparing certain schools that were under the service contract versus others that were not? And it was, somebody was under the opinion that one school that was in-house was better cleaned than this service provider. Was that true? Did anybody look at that?
Well, I think when they grade out, yes, the schools that our custodians, the Roanoke County schools custodians are cleaning, Byrd and Glenver are in better shape than the other schools. And really, it just it's a lot of it is just that's their home. They they take a lot of pride in
ownership.
That's
Yeah,
their
that's
ownership. Yeah, that's a great word, ownership.
Well, they do more than just clean.
They do. They do.
They
They're
interact
part of
with the students.
Right.
Yeah. They interact with all the staff.
And they make minor repairs. At this company, my understanding is that they're not taking that responsibility on.
No, it's one of the things we lost whenever we went this route is the ability to be able to call the school and have our maintenance department call and have someone do something to prevent a run out there. With that, you don't have that ability anymore at these schools.
We'll get an opportunity. Oh, sorry, Mr. Ray, go ahead.
They would even mow the grass.
No, we have a separate contract with Parks and Rec for that.
But
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, they kept up the surroundings where we've had to call weeds over the summer, you know, mulch, things like that, dead shrubberies and things that were there that our in-house people would have taken care of right off.
And to your point, Mike, I think they have an eye on things and they're seeing it and they're reporting it.
Yeah.
Like if somebody's walking through the school in terms of safety that isn't supposed to be there, they know.
Exactly.
And that's a big concern of mine.
Yep.
Yeah, they used to do our mowing services as well. So, you know, and of course, this board didn't make that decision. And I'm not critiquing from the standpoint, I don't know what they were thinking, but I think we all know and agree that no one takes ownership like someone that is a part of us, you know, Roanoke County. So we definitely need to start looking into that.
We'll get an opportunity to renew this contract in 6 months?
Yes, sir. It'll be part of the budget process coming up.
Would you anticipate if we put it out to bid, any other bids or not?
No, sir.
Okay.
I move that we approve the item 10.01. I don't know that we have a whole lot of choice.
what's going to happen if we don't? They're going to finish they're obligated to the contract for the price that they agreed to.
Or they
You
could,
know what our schools are, gonna look like.
I feel like they already look like that.
or they could give a 60-day notice and walk. They do have that option.
That's true. I hate it too, but I don't see that we have a choice, to be honest with you.
Did they have APA 2 in the old contract?
They did, yes, sir.
I'll second this motion. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, the roll.
Mr. Greenway,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Fachani,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Ray,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hudson,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Linden.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Item number 10.02, considering of making masks optional in schools beginning February 14th, 2022.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that masks will still be required in Roanoke County Public Schools, but parents will have the ability to opt out in accordance with Executive Order Number 2, effective February 14th, 2022, unless the Supreme Court decides sooner.
I'll second that motion. Discussion. Mr. Ray, would you like to start?
Yeah, that's fine. You know, I'm not a mask forever person, and I think that we're, you know, this continues to come down in level of COVID cases. It's showing the trend, but right now we're at the high level. Last thing I want to do is to, you know, to go back to any school closures or classes, and we got to go to remote learning. We know we all did not like that. And, you know, these lawsuits, as we were just getting information today about the VDH, you know, the data's evolving, the information's evolving. You know, I don't know if there's any magic date that we're going to know, you know, at the time. So, just my opinion.
Ms. Fashani?
Well, I agree with the pastor. He said we're all here to serve, and we need to lead and not be led. I think mostly everyone here knows how I feel on this issue. I've wanted to follow the Executive Order Number 2 from the beginning on January 24th, but as it turns out, most of the board believes that 2/14 is the magical day, and that's the day that will give parents back the right to decide on whether or not their kids or their children will wear a mask. So, you know, if that's what it has to be, I'll be delighted to join them, because nothing I want more than to get our kids out of masks. I like it sooner than later, and I'm really hoping that the Virginia Supreme Court comes through and will make up their minds and the minds of the board for us. So I want to thank my fellow board members for at least agreeing to follow the executive order starting February 14th.
Thank you. Mr. Greenway?
I mean, we've heard, you know, every argument for and against. I'm really not going to add to any of that, and I'm not going to get into the weeds of, you know, obviously I've been for the choice from the beginning. If you went back to the August board meeting, I was the one that was, Mr. Linden and I were the ones that led the charge then. So it's nothing different now. It's time, and we'll get there, and it gives our staff and teachers and nurses and superintendent just a little bit of time to get ready for it, but we're ready for it.
Thank you. Mr. Hudson?
To the gentleman that called me out earlier for being a law enforcement officer, I went ahead and pulled up the executive order here, and it clearly states a child whose parent has elected that he or she is not subject to a mask mandate should not be required to wear a mask under any policy implemented by a teacher, school district, the Department of Education, or any other state authority. So I stand by the 24th. I don't like waiting until the 14th, but I know the support of this board. Thank you. Thank you for the support there. I know the support tonight is not going to be there, so I will reiterate what Ms. Vashani has put out there, that if we have the support for the 14th, I'll stand by that, but I would much rather it be today.
And me too. If you want to put in a substitute motion, you can, Brent.
The motion has been made. I believe Dr. Stegall's presentation this evening showed that this transition is not going to be easy. It gives us the Supreme Court, the motion that Mr. Greenway presented, if the Supreme Court decides differently tomorrow, masks become optional tomorrow. The Supreme Court, unfortunately, has been known to reverse decisions. They may weigh in on this tomorrow. They may not weigh in on this tomorrow. But it would allow us to do a couple of things. It'll allow us to acquire the test-to-stay kits that we will need to keep these kids in the classroom. When you look at slide number 5 that we had up there, the health department has said the decrease will come just as quickly, hopefully, as it went up. It gives us time to get better answers than I don't think so, to make sure that all our schools have the proper air circulation that we need. And it gives our staff, as Mr. Greenway said, I think it gives our staff and administrators, teachers, and those parents who are going to need to decide, are my children going to attend school if others aren't wearing masks? It gives them a little bit of time to prepare. I think people have known my position on masking. I will say that a number of people came up to me, not only knocking on doors in the election time, they said I agree with a lot of what you stand for, but I do not agree on your mask policy. So it's a situation where I think the 14th is reasonable. If the Supreme Court decides differently before that, it could be tomorrow. It could be Monday. When the Supreme Court makes that decision, we will see what happens. Otherwise, I think the 14th is a date that we can all work with.
Are you going to call an emergency meeting next week to reverse your decision like you did the last time? We don't trust you before the 14th. That's the problem. This is what, can I speak? Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. So I did bring this up, and my understanding was that if the Supreme Court did come out and rule in favor of Glenn Youngkin, who is our governor, who issued the executive order number 2, that immediately we would discuss it through conversations. We can't all 5 talk at the same time. We can only talk 2 at a time. And it would be on the table that our superintendent could put out a notice to our students and families and let them know that we would then be following the Supreme Court decision. And that was the best option I thought we had. I didn't want to have to call an extra meeting. I didn't want to have to come back here and stay until 11 o'clock. I will just comment. Somebody said to me, somebody said and insinuated that I was on my phone. I have 3 children that live with a disease. It's called type 1 diabetes. It's an autoimmune disease. It's not very easy to deal with. They go to school every day, and they do excellent. I'm not looking for any props. It's hard. I have a husband who's working a lot, and I had my daughter whose blood sugar was dropping. So if I was on my phone, it's because I was texting my children. I also had another son tonight who was at a basketball game, and his blood sugar was over 300. So I was texting Ben to say, hey, what's going on with your blood sugar? Then he decided to correct, and his blood sugar dropped precipitously. So sometimes things happen, and I can't be in 2 places at once. I'm happy to serve. I'm glad that I'm here. I'm so happy that we have such incredible people who showed up tonight. And I just want to comment to all the kids, I love you. You did a great job. Your parents should be so proud of you. A lot of you have called me. I've talked to you, these kids, and my heart breaks for you. And just know that I have been standing by you and fighting for you from the beginning. And that's why I ran for this position, so that you could have somebody to turn to who is a mom of 4 who understood what our kids are going through. And let me tell you, I understand because it has not been easy. So I don't want to get emotional, but I just want to say that I hear you and I'm listening.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ray.
I'm like, Ms. Fasciani and myself were on the Juvenile Diabetes Board together, and my wife actually taught Ms. Fasciani's child in school, and of course she's since retired, but I know that she stayed in constant communication with my wife because she cared. And my wife cared about her child, and she would do what was needed to be done. So you don't have to make an excuse.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
Taking on your
And Marcia, just an amazing teacher.
Yeah, Mr.
I'd like to say one more thing, and I know there's a lot of people here tonight that want it done tonight. But what my fear is and why I will not put a substitute motion in is you heard from Dr. Stegall, and we're just at a point where I don't want it to interrupt our education, and we do not have the strategies today to where if we send our kids to school tomorrow that we won't have 2,000 people quarantined come Monday, and now we're in a situation where we're in virtual. And I don't know about you guys, but I've got 2 little kids at home, and I can't teach my kids with virtual. It's useless to me.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
So
Thank you.
I know where people are at, and I support doing it today, but reasonably, I would appreciate the time to talk. Reasonably, if we were to make that decision today, I truly feel like that it would put us in a very bad predicament come Monday. So, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. With no further discussion, Madam Clerk, the roll, please.
Mr. Greenway?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you do that, could you
Wanna
read
read it again?
read the
Read it
motion again, please?
I'd like to make a motion that masks will still be required in Roanoke County Public Schools, but parents will have the ability to opt out in accordance with Executive Order Number 2, effective February 14th, 2022, unless the Supreme Court decides sooner. And I'd like to also add that we have a public comment section at the end, and, I may address some of that then, but now's not the time to argue that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, the roll.
Mr. Greenway?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Kachani?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ray?
No.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Linder?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Item number 12, reports of inquiries of, excuse me, I'm not going to skip the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to
Number
point out,
11.
got to visit at Clearbrook Elementary this morning, and I didn't keep track of this, but students across the school were celebrating the 100th day of school today. So they did all kinds of projects and presentations around that. Great to see first graders doing presentations where they developing that number sense around the number 100. So we talked a little bit about that. That was great to see. Also, just remind that the board that the Student Registered Apprenticeship Showcase, which was scheduled for last week during the snowstorm, has been rescheduled for this coming Tuesday, February 1st, 5:30. That's going to be down at the Berglund Center in the exhibition space. So hope as many folks as possible can get down and check out what's going on with those apprenticeship opportunities that Roanoke County Schools has led the way with in our valley for the last few years, and it's just a great program. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. For reports and inquiries of board members. Mr. Ray, you have 30 seconds.
That's a long time.
Thank everyone for coming tonight, and certainly, as the information is evolving, as we just got today, and, I certainly hope that the Supreme Court will make a decision quickly and, sort of, this is gone. So, thank you. Is that?
Yeah, you did very well. Mr. Greenway?
Yeah, so I'm going to use my time. I hate that everybody left, but, so you get something from the school, and nobody cares about that part.
You're tired, Tim. They're
Yeah,
tired.
well, I'm tired too, and I've been fighting for this for 2 years. So, but look, I was also called out tonight. I was called a hypocrite by Mr. Irby. And I want to thank Mr. McCracken for coming and giving words of wisdom and the way I feel like, and I'm going to go there. I'm going to go to the Bible. I think he spoke words of wisdom, and I think he spoke more like Jesus would have spoke. So, to call any of us a hypocrite is judging, right? Judge not lest ye be judged. I don't see any shaking of the head now. I think we could go there too. So, it bothers me when we get in that. So like Mr. McCracken said, it's not what, but it's how sometimes you say it. And so I'm going to be honest with you, I'm going to be a hypocrite again. So anybody that wants to call me that, feel free to tell Mr. Irby I'm going to be a hypocrite again. But I'm going to say WWJD. What would Jesus do? You know what I think he would do? And I'm not going down that road. But I think Jesus would have put on a mask, hugged everybody, and preached. That's what I think he would have done. So I'm not going to even go into the litany of reasons that I support getting the mask off. Keep in mind, I've been doing this for 2 years trying to get kids back in school and mask off. And tonight, we can't wait 2 weeks. To give staff and teach everybody an opportunity to do that, I don't get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenway. Ms. Fashani.
Mr. Chairman, am I allowed to ask for something from our
Yes.
superintendent at this time?
Absolutely.
Would you mind?
This is the time to do it.
Okay, please give me that. So, we've all been so focused on these masks, and rightfully so, but Mr. Superintendent, I would like you to investigate and reach out to varsity tutors to see if they could come and make a presentation to us. We know the ripple effects of COVID and the loss of learning. We have so many students that have been struggling academically, and teachers, we know that we heard tonight, are overburdened and stretched thin. This is a program that I've looked into. I know just a little bit about, only because I have used it for one of my own children. It could provide us with a pathway to better success and positive outcomes. They focus on high-dosage tutoring through personalized live learning with a customizable all-in-one platform. I think it's called Varsity Tutors. We have a lot of federal money, and although I do believe HVAC is important and playgrounds are important, and the list goes on, but at the forefront should be our children's education and getting them caught up to speed. We have a lot of kids that have fallen through the cracks. We have teachers that are stressed and overworked and overburdened, and it's hard to find substitute teachers and the like. So this might be a good opportunity for us just to investigate that, ask them to come in and do a presentation. I appreciate it. That's my number one. I have one more. I'd also like to get the numbers of the students who are homeschooled, who have left our Roanoke County public school system for the past 10 years. I know that's a long time, but I know, I forget her name, who takes care of that, but I know she'd be happy to get us that data. I just want to know from 10 years ago and then incrementally year by year, if it's gone up or down or fluctuated, or maybe it's just the last 3 years. The reason why I'm asking that is I'd like to bring those kids back to Roanoke County. We want those kids here. We want to teach our kids here. We want them to stay here, work here, and live here, and contribute to our community. So the program that I'd like you to look into is called Acellus Cyber School. And there's been numerous inquiries in the state of Virginia with that company. Basically what they offer is a educational platform. The school district would pay, let's say, $300 per student. That student would be homeschooled using their curriculum. Hopefully it would match up with our SOLs. And then we would retain every last bit of money that would be ADM from that child. So what's our ADM at right now? I don't even know.
48 or
48. So we collect $4,500. So we'd spend $300 and get $4,500. I think it's worth looking into. It's called Acellus Cyber School. No, it's a homeschool. Because what do we have this year? We had to go to Ingenuity for our middle schoolers. Yeah. And I don't know how much we paid for Ingenuity. I would love to have that information too, actually. Okay, so this is a heck of a lot cheaper.
Thank you. Mr. Hudson.
A few things. Dr. Nicely, I would like to reiterate the use of that valimeter and getting that taken care of as soon as possible, because we are February 14th going without masks if parents choose to do that with their children. So I want to ensure that we are doing everything possible to where we will be successful in that. In regards to Northside and the water, this is a problem before I was elected, and it's a problem now. And it seems like every board meeting we're getting some sort of reason as to somebody's not doing their job. And it kind of took me back a little bit that we're not doing anything more than emailing somebody. If this were my house, my home, like I mentioned earlier, my children lived here in this home, I would be on somebody's butt getting this water fixed. So we need to take care of this and take care of it now. If it requires you to go down there personally yourself and get this fixed and figure out why they're stalling, I appreciate that. In regards to the custodial contract, I definitely ask that you get us a cost study sooner than later, because in 6 months we're going to be reviewing this contract, and I feel like that it would be prudent for us to at least look into doing it ourselves instead of what we're paying them, especially if they're going to come back at us again in 4 months and ask for $50,000 a month again. And I'll finish with this. We have some great staff, and I know sometimes it seems like we're pointed up here when we're talking to Dr. Nicely, but I will commend our principals, Dr. Stegall, Dr. McClung. I know that staff from central office was spread out across the county, on Monday, and I know we had some controversy and some issues in some of our buildings, and it's saddening to me because our principals and staff had no weight in any of the decisions that were made, but yet they took the brunt of the decisions that were made by this board. I may not have agreed with those decisions, but I definitely do not agree with sending kids to school and causing problems for our staff and being disrespectful. Our principals have enough on them as it is. They do a very good job, and I'm proud of them. I'm proud to be a parent of Roanoke County Schools, and I'll just finish with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Yeah, just a few, pardon me? 30 seconds. We had some very eloquent speakers tonight. 69 was the total count, and by my count, I think it was 37 that were against, did not want masks on the children. 31 did, and one kind of spoke on a different topic. So obviously, it is a fairly evenly contested issue on what to do. No easy decision up here. It's something that we've thought about, we've discussed, we have had individual conversations. We will all be ready when this is behind us and we can move on. COVID's not going away. Not totally convinced that it's going to be around. It will be here a while, no question. We need to come back together as a board and heal, and I think our vote this evening showed that we're willing to do that. I think the motion was a very good one, and I think that in 2 weeks, 2 weeks goes by very quickly. We've got 2 more weeks of this, and then parents can opt out. So I look forward to that day, and with that, we will.
Unless we hear from the Supreme Court before.
Unless we hear from the Supreme Court.
Say some prayers.
Yes. Meeting adjourned.